don't know if I actually got that right. What up, y'all? Actually, was this in the frame? There we go. Cam check. Mic check. Looks like we're mostly good. Actually, like my lights are flickering just a little bit. Oh, Quigs, what's up, man? You making a path rather than ringing out with gas as a main skill, only level 23 at the moment, but didn't know the end game hero to play is worth it or not. When you hit with the sub, appreciate you. 10 months in a row. How's it been, sir? I'm trying to figure out which hero to actually use. Pretty sure I do use Hero Plague. I mean, I even though I'm like a Toxic Deadeye for the most part, it's kind of free in terms of spirit is concerned. So like I have it there regardless of whether or not I commit to the damage over time. But in terms of damage over time, though, I really don't know how good that would be, but I still would take it just because it's kind of like, why not? Like there really isn't much else there you can really put. Yeah, those lights are actually flickering a little bit. I kind of have like a flicker to them. At least it's looking like that for my cam. Like I like the lights in general, but the flicker is definitely gonna annoy me. I might have to switch them out tonight. In fact, actually, probably like in a few minutes. It's a chill Saturday night. I'm doing all right. Yesterday I wasn't feeling well, so I didn't stream, but I did play a little bit, and I did a little bit of. I actually did a couple of. I guess you can call them T16 maps. With 8+ modifiers on it, and corrupted the red maps that people will talk about. I did a couple of them. 3 actually, and I failed 2 of the 3. But the ones I actually failed on were definitely the on death effects. So there were on death effects I haven't seen before, or it seemed like I haven't seen before, and that was definitely the end of my character. But the one I succeeded, and just seemed kind of, I don't really know. I guess maybe I was more so expecting more from the end game. Or sorry, I was expecting more from the super juice maps, I guess, to come to kind of realize that it's mostly the same thing in terms of just more affixes. Sure, more things drop on the ground, which is cool, I guess, right? But in order to do these juice T16 maps in the first place, you have to already have good stuff, right? So the good stuff you'll be finding is usually good stuff that you want to trade out. Which, if I'm playing Slow Stuff Found, that doesn't really apply to me as much. So, I guess I was a little underwhelmed by what I was doing, and also corrupted a glove and a pair of boots that I probably shouldn't have done because they took off the movement speed. This one took off the movement speed. I think, unfortunately, I had 30 movement speed on there. And when I decided to corrupt it, because I was like, you know what? I'm feeling daring right now. And I did that. And yeah, it removed the movement speed. And I was like, God dang it. So now I'm back to using these boots here, which kind of scuffs my lightning res. So we're kind of screwed on some res, but it's all right. I guess we'll figure it out. The biggest things with mass is there's no big reward for all the hard stuff unless you have a bunch of magic found in your gear and passive tree. But I guess my thing is quick is that I think the thing is that you end up, it's not like a Path of Exile problem. It's more of a, do I dare say, action RPG problem? Maybe it's really not a problem at all, and maybe I just have the wrong perception of it. But I guess after you get good things and you're able to do some of the harder things, you can actually go and do the harder thing. The next question is, what's next? Right? What do you do with that stuff that you have now? Is the question. So it's like, now that I did it, right? And I didn't need, I guess, ultra GG gear to do it. What's the next thing? Naturally, an action RPG is just to, find better gear to do it faster and more efficient, which then leads to more efficient gearing because then you can clear those harder things faster, and then that's kind of it. So I'm at the point to where really the only thing that's really left is the pinnacle bosses, and they take forever to get to as a solo self-found, right? So my interest is kind of like waning at the moment in terms of the grinding proportion of the game. I'm not saying that I'm not having fun. Like I enjoy what I'm doing, but I think the grinding to what purpose is starting to kind of sink in, I think, now for me. Fox was going on, said, have I done the first trial on this character yet? I've done 3 trials on this character. I attempted the 4th trial once and I died on the 4th floor. So I'm gonna go back and try again though. Like, I'm not done. Like that's not gonna be the only time I do it. But yeah, my first attempt was very interesting. I'll put it that way. All right, let me check out these light bulbs because it's like flickering and it's like really bothering me on my cam. BRB. I see that solves the problem of the flickering. It's actually looking like it's still there. It's just actually hold on. Let me change the setting real quick to see if that mess going on. There we go. It's not as bad, but it's there. What happened? It's my question. 60. Worse on that. Okay. Just about ready to do the first trial, doing the Lightning Ranger thing, never played PoE before, so trying this thing out for the first time. Any tips for the trials? Take it very slow and do your best to not get hit because it's an honor system. So don't rush through it. Even if it's seemingly easy, where it's like, oh well, this is super simple. I just do this and then do that. You still don't want to rush. Definitely take your time. Like definitely take your time. Biggest thing I can tell you, especially as a ranger, like because you're playing range, you're gonna have an easier time on your first trial anyways, because you can shoot from a distance. So doesn't mean it's gonna be easy. It just means that like you're gonna benefit from playing it slow, going slow for sure. I gotta switch the light bulbs up again. Sorry. I really don't know why the flicker's so apparent. It's gonna bother me to all hell if I can't figure it out. I didn't have that problem before. Um, Let me go back to the thing. Yeah, I guess this is mostly kind of okay. I guess it's better than what it was. All right, so that's 60. The 50 was better. There we go. Yeah, I haven't heard this song in like forever. Okay. Yeah, it's so bright though. All right, we're back in the game. Jay, you killed the Scorpion boss today. Nice, nice. Is this your first time through or second time through? Okay, so I guess we just go straight into it. Fires 2 additional projectiles. Okay. I kind of want another hideout. Fortress, hidden grotto. I don't think I dislike hitting Grotto. Do I dislike hitting Grotto? I don't think so. I gotta be like ultra careful because I have like very little lightning res now. Yeah, these boosts are not really helpful. Or as helpful as I would like, but I have no movement speed otherwise. I'm gonna start selling maps for gold, like waystones for gold, like the lower tier ones. Yeah, but I can definitely feel the not having 10% movement speed. Gosh. That's unfortunate. Actually it's more like 15%, but so you just captured a giga curve today. Are you playing poison or lightning? But what'd you get? Damn, that was a big explosion. Was that two of them? Like it. You see that Spyro Valley build? No, I don't really watch PoE content. So unless someone tells me about it, I don't really know about it. Do we finally have a spin to win on Ranger? Or? couldn't roll +2 projectile skills too. You said you couldn't. Okay. I got added physical, added cold damage, increased stat speed, and percent to all bow skills. Sounds good, man. Whenever you see yellows left on the ground, it drives you crazy. I mean, I probably should just to sell. The spiral hits in the 360 massive AoE. Yeah, I mean, so I do know what the skill is. It just seems really awful looking. like when I, you know, used it, it was like, oh god, this is quite bad from a gameplay standpoint. I'm sure someone, you know, was able to, you know, make it, you know, find someone to make it strong or whatnot, and kudos to them. But man, I can't imagine myself ever touching that thing with like well, at any point. I guess at this point,
Go on.
yeah, I guess I could do this for gold, because I really do need gold right now. Matthew made it strong. Huh? Is the standard bow shot always stronger than the type of attack I want to use as a main? Initially, yes, but the thing about it is that it's hard to make it. It's hard to make it do more than what it does. So like it hits hard, but it doesn't really complement anything that you do on your character really. So you can always use it per se. But there's very few routes to, you know, in terms of making that your main, if that's what you're wanting to do. But honestly, I don't really look at the DPS here, like this here. I mean, it's not bad to look at, but like, honestly, my toxic growth being 6k DPS for the most part, like that's a very misleading stat. Like this hits harder than anything else. That literally says it does a lot more damage than. But there's also more factors that isn't, you know, you don't see here. Like some of the multiplicative stuff isn't in this portion of this at all. Then there's also, this is the DPS of 1 growth at the same time. And also too, you got to keep in mind, it's also taken into account your attack speed, which the toxic growth doesn't really do much for either. So I don't really look at that as much. Whoa. How many projectiles gonna throw at me? I'm probably gonna die here. Oh no, I live. Yeah, I'm in a bad spot right now because I have like, I ended up ruining my boost and my gloves. So I'm kind of hurting for resistances and health right now. And that's 67% evasion. I got one shot in it, 240. So I guess your character didn't evade that hit, huh? It's weird. My center shot hits for 100% more than my lightning arrow. Yeah, but it also doesn't have any synergies like a lightning arrow does. So you gotta understand, there's less support for your basic shot than there is your lightning arrow or any of the other arrows. So I think it makes sense that because there's less support for it, that it has a high base DPS. If that makes sense. Otherwise, why else would you ever even want to attempt to use it, right? They got to give you a reason to want to use it. Don't ever use it. Well, I know you don't, but I'm just saying, you know. Like if you want to, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Is I guess more of what I'm saying, because it does have strong base DPS, if that makes sense, right? Probably should plant the whatchamacallit, right? I feel so slow without those beasts, man. I'm so mad at myself. So it's gonna be a rough night because I know I'm not gonna get those beasts back in one night, or a pair with some decent movement speed and stuff back in one night. It's just not gonna happen.
Hope you unearth some ancient figurines.
All right. I think I'm gonna just go for it.
Miasma. Now this will come in handy.
Actually, I kind of do need some lightning rest, so maybe we'll keep that. I guess that's it. Hey, 215 waystone. Nice. I don't even know what's on the ground that was like hurting me just now.
Choking cloud. Quite nice.
It's nice. 2 Regal Orbs this run so far. And a T15 Waystone. I'll take that. Even if I do fail, I'm okay with that. Shaman Mantle. I think I found like had to be plenty of those. Ow.
That would only slow me down. Die like a beast.
Still can't believe I found my boots. I crafted my boots. Just can go north and then that'll be it for this map. Oh, that's it. I hate that the waypoint is like right there. Cause I, coming off the maps, I accidentally just click on it cause I'm just clicking down. Can I actually just move the waypoint? Like, is that a thing? That's not normal rarity. Let's see. Item cannot increase in rarity. Yeah, I guess it really is just heavy boots, heavy belt.
Go on. Hello.
Okay.
Greetings.
They're more expensive by than selling them. Guess that works.
Time is not on our side.
Chalice is there. That there. I'm not gonna find any waystones with that though. Mirror. I'm lagging quite a bit now.
Flourish.
I thought that was a boss fight already. I'm like, already?
Toxic ray.
Yeah, I'm not doing any rituals right now. Jeez, that hurt. Die. How many times have I found this shield?
That would only slow me down.
What can I do for you?
On to that. I swear, if I click on if I click on this waypoint one more time, in fact, maybe that's somewhere else. There we go. The map device a bit closer. That's how we solve that. Stash. And nothing.
Go on. Yes. Of course.
Where's the other pack at? Yeah, where's the other? Oh, is it him? Not him. It's the y'all down the bottom. Yep. I couldn't even set up yet.
Speak.
Chaos resist. Dex. I'm kind of curious actually. Can I get some movement speed on this? Maximum life, okay. I gotta keep going though. But I'm out of I'm out of exhausted orbs though. So we'll just slot that right there.
Speak. Greetings.
Well, this actually dropped well. Let's put that there. Manual retrieval, what's going on? Honestly, I'm not really doing much of anything besides just regular farming. I'm at a point where like it's just this and I guess pinnacle bosses at some point, but I got to get the mats to do some of the pinnacle bosses, so it's gonna be a bit. Other than that, I got to get my boost back because I corrupted my decent pair of boosts, thinking I was gonna feel lucky, and it rolled off my 30% movement speed, and I was mad. I was so mad. It could have picked any other stat, but it picked that one. So now my character feels slow. Yeah, it's gonna feel that way for a while. Oops, I did not mean to click that. That was a mistake. That was a misclick. Okay, well, I didn't die. Did I grab that composite bow? I did. Wait, how did they die? Yeah, Thunder Eagle. I'm after all evasion. Actually, just missed that comment of yours earlier. Only because I mean, even if I try to mix and match a little bit, I just don't have the gear to really attempt that. I had to do a lot of finagling with the passives tree to really make it work. And that's a lot of effort. Or more so time than the effort, but still. I knew it.
Yes.
What did I go with for my final ascendancy point? I'm still on the 4th one, so I've only gotten 3, not all 4 yet. So not quite. Or I've gotten 6 out of 8 points. I'll put it that way.
What can I do for you? I'll be here.
Gotta start putting these 11s in the stash now. 9s and 11s. We'll do the 13. Hidden Grotto, okay. What are you on right now, Gex? What do you do? What ascendancy are you on right now?
Choking cloud.
We're going to final two as well. I think I'm just going to go tailwind damage reduction. That's kind of what I have right now. And I mean, it's interesting because as long as you don't get hit back to back, I feel like it's kind of decent. But if you're taking like consecutive damage, it doesn't really help you much, because then you'll only reduce the first hit if you're full. You know, full. I'm gonna say only reduce the first hit, but mainly reduce the first hit, because you should be at full tailwind at that point. But once you get hit, you won't be. I guess for me, I don't really know what else to really go though. The extra projectile doesn't really help me. But when I get my final 2 points, that's where I'm gonna put it. But it doesn't really help much in this setup. I need boots. Wait, what was that? What was that? I got hit by. I literally just walked by something, and I just walked, not took damage. Was this something like in here or something, or what? Almost died there. I have quite a few close calls tonight already.
What luck?
Aw. Can't fit both. Well, better time I go.
Break my back.
Did you fix the mapping problem I had? I honestly just by luck. Some days, like yesterday, I really wasn't getting many maps at all. And then the first 3 maps I've done today, I'm after getting pretty decent waystone drops. So, and I haven't really changed anything. So just RNG. I figured it out. It's all about how you use precursors. So you mean precursors to increase your rarity?
Go on.
3 increase mob level. Well, yeah, I mean, true. I mean, that just goes with just just doing the towers, right? So that should be like a natural thing that you do. Since you're gonna +1 them in the area anyways, right? Unless I'm missing something. But I mean, I've had towers with precursors, and there'll be times where I do T14, T15 maps where I do have, you know, 79, 80 level mobs, and sometimes I'll get some waystones, and sometimes I won't.
Yes. Go. Hello.
However, I will say that if I had like a lot more rarity find or a magic find, whatever you want to call it, I'll definitely see more. But as solo self found, you have to, you know, get the gear to be able to get those things, right? Crab ruby. Okay, ring. Yeah, today my maps have been actually, my waystones I gotten today has been decent. But how's waystones been for you though, Garrett's?
Toxic rain. Fucking lethal.
It's been going well for you? Oh, that's on. That hurt. Just for 10 for a while. I started using precursors effectively and it boosted it a lot. Have you been seeing like continuous success with it for you, or? Because like I said, it for me, for whatever reason, it gets depends on the day. I'm not even using any +1s on the mobs today. Whereas yesterday I was. Like, I don't think any maps I've done so far has been +1. But yeah, today's been really good for it. For waystones for me. pretty much the full map. Okay, I should be able to reforge these. 93% physical, not bad. Dex.
Speak. Greetings.
Whoops.
Speak.
But like, oof.
Hello.
Yeah, also regaining mass for a more increased chance. Yeah, I mean, I'm at the point now where like if I can just do like 13, 14, 15s, I'm happy. Like if I can get drop range or drop ranges within that range. I gotta get boosted movement speed again. This feels so bad. This would be nice, but there's no way I can find some way to add movement speed somehow to that in some way. But now I'm kind of working on this. What we got? Lightning res. I actually kind of need a lightning res. If I can get one more exalted orb and a rose movement speed, that'd be great. What I got? We can try to ruin these boosts and see what happens. See. Roll the fire, the lightning is what it did. Evasion instead of health. Rough.
Hello.
Actually decent. We'll do one of those. Where am I on maps? Huh, actually I have one that open. A tower open. Yeah, do I have like a good 9? 9, but a good 9. Like a good 6 or something. I know I say the couple. These, yeah, there we go. Put that in there. Midair. I got frozen in midair. I can't believe I died on the 8. The one time I died in that was actually on the 8. Sorry, second time I died tonight, I think. But on the 8 though? Always be dangerous. Or choke points, up to that way. Choke points be dangerous. Hey, what just happened? No way, that just happened. Oh, okay, I go to say, I'm like, did it just take my map? Because really what's going on?
An easy trophy.
And then you said you've been going ham on PoE too. Yeah, I'm actually starting to slow down a bit just because now that I've actually done like you know, 8 affix, T16 corrupted, red map or whatever for the first time. I guess my pace is kind of slowed down because at this point it's kind of like, well, what's next? And it's really just pinnacle bosses, but they take forever to get to when you do solo self-found. So I think I might just kind of like take it easy. Because honestly, like, I think mapping is cool, but I have a hard time doing or grinding just mapping right now. There just isn't really enough variety there for me to like continue to grind for hours upon hours until I can get to a dark citadel if I had the, you know, mats to do said thing. At the moment, what's left for me is just to make the build stronger, I guess. But
Miasma.
I'm kind of more at the point where it's like, all right, you know, GGG, what's next? Sort of thing. Or what's next in the agenda for early access? The next biggest patch when you get back from break, kind of thing.
That's quite nice.
I don't know why I'm trying to full clear this. The freaking tower. But I want to.
An easy trophy.
When they add that extended season class, you think they'll do a fresh server for that? I don't know.
Row.
Assuming that actually gets added in early access, which maybe they do that. I don't know. But I mean, technically speaking, I mean, it would make sense to do a wipe or a server, not a wipe, but a server reset maybe, but I don't know. We'll see how they do. A fresh server to release. Did they actually say that, or that's just the kind of like the prediction? Gotta keep up my tailwind bonus. So I heard these dead bodies actually showcase the direction of where the citadels are. I've heard the rumors. Later, Rachel, what's going on? Ben. Ben. Not good. Also not good.
Go. Yes.
Okay, I gotta put a tablet in there. I guess I will go this direction. Deserted. A couple of deserted. We'll do this one. No, I haven't checked. I haven't checked their if they're selling anything good. Alright, so the answer is no. Moss tested it, it seems to work. Well, given the fact that the bodies can only really face, what, 4 directions? North, south, east, or west.
Dripping clouds.
I think it's hard to have tangible data unless this
Slow.
happens enough times in a row that you can be like, all right, yeah, this is definitely happening. Is it Z directions for that phase? Okay. Yeah. If that really does work though, that's like really sneaky by GGG though. I mean, I think it's neat, but it's real sneaky. But I wonder what the lore is behind that though, like what the what makes that like important in terms of like the game itself. Like what leads to that. No. Aw. I got simulacrum. Simulacrum stuff. Am I using a loot filter? Yeah. The never sinks loot filter. Could be outdated though, because it's been like, I don't know, a week ago since I downloaded the latest one at the time. Six, what's going on? Oh, sorry. These humans do really get this up to 6. I haven't seen 6 in a while, actually. It's been a minute. But humans, what's going on, man? Happy Christmas on Happy Happy Christmas Hanukkah Kwanzaa. Happy Christmas Hanukkah Kwanzaa. Get nice. That covers about everything, right? The gear crib you found earlier was hidden for you because it was normal. Ooh. And New Year.
Don't mind if I do.
Are you kidding? Whatever. All right. Kind of do need to pick up the rares right now though, because I'm like really low on regal orbs at the moment.
Yes. Good eating.
Speak.
What can I do for you? Yes.
I wish these skill gems actually so for more than what they do.
Time is not on our side.
Wait, what is this? Oh, a 19. Very nice.
Toxic.
Like, those are rare. Like really rare to drop. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and use this exotic orb real quick though. I think it's this one. Alright, can we get lucky? It rolled what? Mana? Alright, how do we want to? Oh, okay. I guess I can't do anything now to it. All right. Well. What the tiers mean, just higher rolls. So you know, like, actually, well, I can't really do it right now. So you know how like there's tiers on your gear if you hit Alt. You see like the rolls of tiers, like T. You see on like the right top side right here, where it says T6, T1, T2, T4. That shows you the tier of the roll that happened on the item itself. So if the item says T4. You know, it's a rare and it says T4. It means that the item cannot roll anything lower than T4 affixes. So if you get like a T7, that means it can't roll anything lower than T7 affixes. So it's just an additional layer of RNG, but it does feel kind of nice to, you know, have a better attempt at, you know, good rolls because you got, you know, a higher tier item. May not be the rolls you want still, but you know,
Flourish.
that's just, you know, RNG of course.
Now this will come in handy.
Still quite a bit of map left, so we'll finish.
Cultivate.
Oh, start taking a Tech 9. Yeah, you ever heard of some before? I actually have a lot of Tech 9 on my playlist. A lot of Tech 9. Huge fan. Have I listened to GNX yet? Oh yeah, I have. I actually got a few of those songs on my playlist. Probably like three or four of them from the album. Hunter Hood. Again, of course, with the playlist being as big as it is, it might take about a week before you hear it, before you hear any of them, or maybe an hour. Who knows? Yeah, I think teaming up with DJ Mustard was a good idea. It's like Nas and Hit Boy. Although I will say, I think in terms of beats for Nas, I still think on the album I think he probably had the best production of beats on that album out of any of his albums. Now, it wasn't his best album. Don't get me wrong, that wasn't the case. But in terms of like the beats, like the beat quality, Nas I Am was one of his better ones. Pop is dead. I like Pop is dead except for that Chris Rubber beat. I know which one you're talking about. I agree. Jeez.
Choking cloud.
There's still a lot of the map left too, man. Jeez. Fast start. That's evasion rating. I ain't got no evasion on. No, I have a little bit on my sound. Teeny bit. Yo, that 236 maximum life. What is that? A T11 roll? Yeah, I'm right. Healing roll and then an additional roll. Looks like. That's a really good chest. I'm looking at it. I'm like, yeah, that's a good chest. It might be better chest than I got. Like every style on that is good. Chromacopia? I have not yet. I've been told to, but I have not yet. I've been slacking on that front, man, like real bad. Like awfully bad. Yeah, that's a really phenomenal chest, man. And it also gives me some lightning res, although I do lose cold. That's alright, I can get it back though. Well, I mean, we did at least get one upgrade tonight. Yeah, but I have so much fire res though. That's the thing. That's alright though. I mean, I'm gonna have to move things around anyways eventually. So I guess that works out.
Time is of the essence.
It's the one thing I didn't bother to corrupt because I was scared to. You know what? I guess now that I had the whatchamacallit. Now that it's back up. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's see what we got here. Reduced poison duration is all that happened here, it looks like. Oh, well, I guess we'll hold on to it in case I ever get brave enough to corrupt this. I've been ruining all my gear by corrupting. Alright, let's see what my resist looks like now. See, I have 157% fire. Right, I guess I can throw some lightning into the gear. I don't really want to, but not lightning, sorry, cold. I don't really want to, but I don't think I have much of a choice. Into the sockets. Look at what to do with it. Not the quality. And then, yeah, we just... really want to use the iron rune, but... actually, you know what? Is there a ring that I can wear that I've been wanting to wear? I think I have a ring I've been wanting to wear, but I couldn't. But I wonder what... I forgot what the reason why I couldn't was. That's cool res. I lose all res though. I think that's the reason why I couldn't wear it. All res hurts. But that physical thing is really high. That's like another one that was really good too. It wasn't just that ring. The other ring that was really good. Maybe I don't know where it's at, but I swear I had a ring that was like godly physical. I wonder if this what this was. I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh well. Oh, this was the ring I was working on. But why is it over there? What was that? Parents, what's going on? 17 months in a row. How's it been going, sir? Yeah, I'm supposed to be working on that. Alright, so I guess I gotta do coal runes it is. I wanna max out my coal res.
Shut up and take my money.
Sag.
Things Humans donated $10 for use only for nice socks for the wife.
Who's that? Oh, that was Things Human do. So wow, he lives. What up? What's going on, Cherry? But to just hear his parents like Cherry. They still following at like 16, almost 17 months. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you follow. Like, I don't know if you subbed before you followed. No, did you follow before you subbed? I think so. So, nah. I've been not feeling well the past couple of days. So like yesterday, I just didn't stream at all. So I was like, yeah. You follow before you sub, yeah. But that's normally the way things go, right? Generally, that's usually the better idea. Okay, so now my reses are looking kind of okay now, but my movement speed still sucks. There's Hive, Crypt, Savannah. There's a tower down that way, but I mean, I gotta go through. I hate Crypt, but we're gonna do it. We'll do a 12. Is that it, honestly? What are y'all doing for
Choking cloud.
what are y'all doing for New Year's? Am I got any big plans? Staring at this guy. Maybe I twitch. Maybe some popcorn. AJ, what's going on? Do I have a build link for my build? I do not. I do not. I don't see myself as a good enough player with enough knowledge to really make PoE builds at the moment. You want to see Alicia and Desmond and Nice and that away?
Cultivate.
You know, I actually spent more New Year's, like New Year's Eve, whatever, like watching the ball drop from home, like on the monitor usually. There has been a couple of times where I actually went out for it. Believe it or not, I actually got engaged to my wife on New Year's. It's not supposed to be New Year's Eve, but she actually wouldn't. She got distracted, and I assume. I mean, I kind of understood why. Like, I'm not, trying to play, but I was trying to do it at like 11:59 p.m. on December 31st. because that's kind of when I wanted it to be, like the date to be on that, but she didn't pay attention in time, so it ended up being January 1st, like 12:02 a.m. I was stuck in the air. Kidding me. Yeah, so she kind of ruined it, but that's all right. You know, I think I'm gonna get me a thaw charm. No, I'm not. I'm just gonna get good. How about that? We'll just do it that way. And that was a 12 anyway. I don't care as much. Let's see, 13, sure. Still hate the crypts though. Where's that here? Yeah. Better run a proposal that screwed up the marriage. Does it have to be an either or though? Like, could it just be neither? But yeah, I guess yeah. I mean, it was neat. But I think that's like the last time I think we went out for like New Year's, or that I went out for New Year's was literally that proposal. I think. Is it even number? You like it? It's not a. You was 17 when you started following me. Have to be. Wait a minute. You've been sub for no. How long you been? No. It says a year, 4 months, 16 days. Humans is flexing. Flexing. Yeah, Potentials is what? Yeah, he's he's in college now. First year college student. Already full. All right, what do we got? No. I got 3 gloves, 3 potential gloves, 14 rarity. Couple of life though. Okay, that's bad. What we got here? Not worth.
What can I do?
That's right, we'll get some shards back. Wait, did I just run out of whatchamacallits? Get ready to say.
Go on.
Yes.
Disenchant.
Until next time.
Still waiting on a tech stream. You and Riptide both, right? Oh, whoops.
Toxic rain.
I keep hitting that. You know what I really should do though? That I didn't think about it until just now. Because all my skills is green and poison. Maybe I should change the color of my cursor from green to something different. Probably would help with me losing my cursor all the time. I mean that would make sense, right? Like, that would be the obvious. Forgot how to actually change the cursor. Hold on. I forgot how to do it again. Input notifications. No, it has to be interface, right? Yeah. There we go. Too large cursor. That's like, yeah, maybe a little too big. High contrast. Regular. Let's do regular. Pick up all this for shards.
Miasma.
I don't know what it is, but I always fall for the drop a meteor on his head trick that they do all the time. Every time I fall for it, every time, and I never learn. One of these days I'm gonna be like, you know, maybe I shouldn't fall for that. Maybe I just shouldn't get hit by that. I said, I never disputed that. I try to call and get advice on these classes. Yeah, he has. Like the song, so do I. I like him as an artist in general. Sweet. Salvage again. One to 3 cold damage. Wow. The absolute lowest possible roll ever. Hey, boost with some movement speed on it. That's great. All right, but it's got fire. It's of course. Oh man, got so much fire res. All right, I'm gonna have to switch those boosts like right now. Plus, I should put him in the stash so I don't accidentally like do something bad to him.
What is it?
And it's got rarity on it. That's also a plus.
On with the work. Hello.
And that, and that.
Cultivate.
A small map. Ways it feels like a small map. You need appearance money. Yeah, I mean he's not shy in saying that he has a trust fund. He actually openly stated that. But of course with that, you know, comes with problems, right? You know, there's expectations and dangling that, you know, that factor over your head, and you know, I mean, I don't know, but like there's, you know, there's that thing. I've taught students who, you know, had issues like that, and would come to me and say, you know, what do I do? I'm like, well, that's your parents' money. So, I mean, unless you can find a way to, you know, do that on your own, you know, you got to figure out the route you want to go with. You want to go with that, right? Can you sustain on your own right now in today's age, right? The answer is yes. Well, then you know. The answer is no. Then that stun threshold at T1 rating. That's still better than what I have, so I think I'm just gonna wear it, even though it's only 1 res, and I'm about to add a jillion more fire res. But I guess this is a stopgap anyway. Like, let's be real. I'm not gonna corrupt it though, because that's exactly how I end up ruining things last time. I wonder if I should quality it though. I honestly don't really think it's worth. Also, what would I put in this socket really? I'm gonna keep it open just in case I need to actually put a res there, because right now I don't really need to. Hooray to movement speed. Lies absolute pauses. Wait. What did you say to me, or what did you not say to me? Say to me, not say to me. I actually don't even like remember what I even said. So she wrangled it from your dad, but it's technically yours. Right? So I mean, it's technically the same thing, right? It's just someone else has control over the fund, but it's for you. It is for you because do you not get the money or no? Is that the same thing? Well, it's not directly to you. It's just more. It just seems to. It's just another. It's like a middleman. That's all it is. There's a, or I guess in this case, middle woman, right? Involved. So there's an extra step. It's what that is. I get what you're saying, but yeah, I mean it. You have to wait till 20. Yeah, so that's There's an extra step to the process, which, it does. It's not convenient. So I get that. That part I do get. You know what I meant, though. I don't mean anything bad by it. But yeah, it's still yours at the end of the day, despite having other hands in the cookie jar, I guess, or hands in the on the safe, I guess, the safe key. You should have to access it now. I mean, I guess the idea, honestly, behind it, again, I don't know from personal experience, but I guess the idea behind it is to make sure that the money is spent on something not college related. More so like adult, more responsible-ish spending. So when you're out of college and you actually need it for, other adult things, then you'll have access to the money for that. But generally speaking, you give it to an 18-year-old, at a party school. What do you think is gonna really happen? I mean, let's be honest with ourselves, right? I mean, you're probably not gonna go, you know what? I'm just gonna like put that in like a high yield savings account or invest or something, like you're not gonna do that. You're gonna go to your buddies, yo, drinks on me to break, bro. What's up, y'all? The next round's on me. And everyone's gonna be like, hell yeah, bro. Right. Drop it on us. Wait, you're onto something. You're onto something there. Might need to talk to the sister of his. Tell her what the return on the investment for subs are, is, Yeah, I have never. Yeah, I mean, I've never jaywalked either, ever. Totally innocent. as much as D4 for D4. I still don't like. I still can't really jump on that bandwagon. Still, even like at the current state of it, I really think the game is just mid right now. It's mid for blasters. I put it that way. If you're someone who likes to blast a particular certain game and just that one game for a while, it's pretty mid because there's not really much vertical progression for you to chew on. But if you're like ultra casual, there's actually a lot for you to do. And unfortunately, I think there's just a lot of ultra casuals, so we don't really get listened to, because we're not. There's a lot less of us ratio wise compared to the amount of people who might play like 2 or 3 times a week or something, and probably still playing in T1. Not that there's anything bad. Like I'm not, like saying anything bad about the players who play casually, but the reality is, their data is probably showing, or actually, I was about to say, the data does show that there's a lot more, there's a lot of people who don't make it past T1. And of course, for us, that's kind of laughable. You're like, what do you mean you don't make it past T1? Like, bro, like you get T4 in a day, right? T4 in a day, slamming whatchamacallits, like real. I mean, we're killing it, right? But these other guys, though, they're not there. I'm not a blaster because the art average. I'm just saying, like it gets really depends on like your time commitment, right? At some points, the game is pretty shallow at the back end, but does a really good job that mostly early game and mid game is actually like really good.
Toxic rain.
But once you pass that mid game and you get like a decent build going or whatever like that, then everything just becomes way too easy, and all you got is pit, and then you're just like, why am I still doing this? Ironically enough, Path of Exile 2 is kind of running into a similar situation. It just takes longer to get there because the game is new and people are now figuring out how to like really abuse things. But yeah. Can I get a wand? No, it's not gonna be big enough to fit the wand. Oh, it does. Okay. Just like you didn't say that, so what's your favorite streamer? I found a tablet in the tower itself. It's always good. What was that combination of stuff that like okay. What, fine, we'll throw the 10 in there. Be sure to follow. I think that 2 is only half done to it really end game. That's why I did EA more than anything per se. You want to test it and get feedback. Oh yeah, I mean I've always said that. I've always said usually I usually follow up with But it is in game, right? Or it is early access, so I'm sure there is definitely more to come with it. But the precursor, I guess what I'm saying is that at some point you get to a point where you've done everything you can per se, and then you're just like, what am I gonna do with all the gear and stuff that I got? Parents with the what? Six get the subs. Appreciate you. And so it begins. Yeah. But yeah, I do fully expect Path of Exile 2 to be a considerably different game in about 2 or 3 months, and I'm kind of looking forward to it. And then a different game in months, a few months after those few months, right? I will say this though, I know mapping is a huge part of Path of Exile. I do hope that there's a little more than mapping. You have pinnacle bosses, sure, but if they will continue to be the way that they are design-wise, let's just say hypothetically they kind of keep the design that is there currently, then like really all you have is really mapping and ascendancy, I guess. Ascension. Although mapping is deep. Like there's a lot going on with mapping, like a ton of things going on with mapping. But sometimes I kind of just want to be like, you know, I don't want to play the same map tiles over and over again. Can I get something a little different? Like a game mode that offers slightly different somethings in a way. There's been some days I definitely felt that, like that, for sure. I think the problem with people complaining about the lack of endgame and any game is really the only one is to set that there's a point where you're kind of just done. You're done. You beat it. Yeah, that's very true. And some games you get there faster than others, right? And in the case, and yeah, you're right. And for some people, it just depends on what their goal is. Right? You know, not everybody wants to, let's say, you know, push pit, for example, or maybe not everybody wants to do pinnacle bosses, for example. Or for some people in early access right now, there are people who just want to do the campaign because they don't like the mapping, right? And that's and honestly, that's okay. But at some point, yeah, you're right. You're going to be done. Because not everybody's going to be chasing or min-maxing gear or min-maxing a character. For some people, it's like, well, my character is good enough, right? The content doesn't change much past this point, so I think I'm done. I hate pitting in D4. Yes, so do I. So do I. And the thing about it is that like they actually have other decent game modes. Dark Citadel is actually not bad. Helltide is quite fun until you outgrow it, content wise. Infernal Horrors is, in my opinion, is probably the best content D4 has, and they don't expand on it. There's so much you can do with it, man. Like that's literally a gold mine that they just kind of just letting sit in there. Like make that kind of like the focus more so towards the, you know, vertical progression of Endgame, not the pit. Especially the pit, since the pit is something that we've done in Diablo 3, but it's worse. Right, greater risks were definitely executed better. Then again, Diablo 3 had years to get that right, because it was bad at the beginning too for Diablo 3. The greater risks were, but you guys have heard all this from me before a gajillion times. I won't bore you with it even more. Like it takes way longer to get to endgame T15 than D4. There's a guys going somewhere. Well, I guess it just depends. It depends on how good you are with trading. Because I'll put it to you this way: Crafty was trying to get me to play with him because he's like, "Yo, I can get you all geared out right now and go straight to T15 maps right now, bro. I wish we could play together and do T15 maps." And I'm like, now, of course, obviously I'm solo self-found, so he can't do that, right? But it was just like, yo, you know, I can have you geared out, man. You know, playing with us, you know, like in like 20 minutes, literally T15 maps, man. Just you can skip everything or whatever. And you know, he's like, yeah, it's gonna only cost this many exotic orbs or whatever. So you can kind of like skip a lot of your progress if you know what you're doing with trading, and trading is a big part of Path of Exile too. I will say that I enjoy going solo self-found because it really made the journey a lot longer, and it made every piece, every upgrade feel a lot more valuable. But I will say that honestly, Kilotron, Diablo 4 did try that. I don't think people remember. Do you remember how long it took to get to level 100 in D4 when the game first came out? Like, it took a while, and people complained that it took a while to get to 100. Right? Do you remember how many people complained about it going into season 1 that it took so long to get to T100? Not T100, but like level 100, and like Nightmare Dungeons were actually hard at the time. Yeah, people complained about that. And what did Blizzard do? Well, they made it easy and easier. They basically, you know, shoved you into endgame now way earlier than I feel like we should be. Remember that? So like, the product of where we are in D4 in terms of reaching endgame is literally because people complained about it taking too long to get to endgame. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, it does take a while, like longer for it to happen in Path of Exile, but also the players are probably not going to complain here that it takes them that long to reach endgame because the player base is more hardcore. Like the fan base is more geared towards hardcore players, so GGG can do that and get away with that. Diablo, they can't do that. Like the Diablo devs can't do that. They try, but they can't do that. Like when mythic uniques were super rare, like ultra rare, yeah, it was like too rare, but they were really rare. And then now they made it where it's like, I won't say it dropped like candy, but I think is, you know, it's a little too common, slightly too common, you know. So it's like they've been to the loud minority for the most part. And then I'm not saying the same people, but you have a different audience, right? That goes, man, we get there too fast, or man, it's too easy. And unfortunately, we weren't the audience that they were catering to, Blizzard per se. But I can see why it's a very tough thing for Blizzard to really figure out, because I mean, when you hear things like that, what do you do? Right? Like what can you do? Because content creators, you know, even popular content creators were complaining. Like big name content creators that were complaining about that too. So you have people who were big names, you know, saying, oh, you know, D4 bad, you know, more so on those things too. And it's like, well, all right, we'll bend to it. And then we bend to it. And then literally it's some of the same content creators be like, oh, it's way too easy. We get this too fast and whatnot. It's like, bro, what do y'all want at the end of the day, right? I'm not saying Blizzard is doing it right or correct or whatnot, but like, you know, I've been there since the beginning to kind of see the shift, and it's kind of, you know, it just almost seems like people don't know what they want. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes, not all the time, and I would say kind of rarely, but sometimes Blizzard can give people exactly what they want, and people will find some way to complain about it around it. And then you're just like, well, I don't really know what to do past that point. So, but in my opinion, though, I do think that personally, I think that Blizzard should have stuck with their guns at the beginning. You know, and I'm hoping that GGG does the same for Path of Exile too. Like, you know, there are some things that are pretty punishing, and well, you know, let it be. That's what they wanted. You know, so let that be. Like, don't fold. Don't you know. But I felt like Blizzard wanted to be the fun uncle, and you know, yeah. Well, they messed up like season 2. No, actually, season 2 was a good season. No, season 2 was actually like, kind of like, there was definitely some redemption in season 2, because that's when they brought in the boss ladders, and then you can target farm your. Oh yeah, season 3 was bad. Yes, season 3 was real bad. Yeah, I think season 2 was actually good. Season 3 was like horrifically bad. Yeah. Yeah, season 4 and 5 were good. Season 6 was not good. The expansion was okay. Like, the expansion itself was fine, but the season theme for season 6 was also pretty horrible. But they spent so much time and effort and stuff, you know, creating the Spiritborn class, that the other things kind of, not that I won't say the other classes, but just other things in general kind of took a backseat in terms of, like, you know, upgrades, design, and stuff like that. Win J. That's the steps. Okay, yeah, we're there. It's like, yo, everyone plays new class, and if you didn't, you weren't gonna have the best of time. Well, that's kind of what they marketed, right? They spent a lot of time and money marketing the new class, more than like legit anything else. And don't get me wrong, yeah, sure, the new class mechanically, and also like just design wise, like, we're not talking about the power of it and the bugs or whatever, just design wise, the new class was really like well designed. It really was. It is well designed. So I get why they wanted to, like, you know, spend more time you know, marketing that, but like, yeah, I just really think that it was just a lot that they chose to, I don't know. I almost feel like they probably could have waited, like have season 5 go on a little longer, instead of it being 2 months or whatever. Let it go on for like 3.5 months. Take like an extra month or some change to polish some other parts of the game before you launch the expansion. Honestly, I don't know if like a month would have been enough time for them to really get that done, but it would have been something. Jeez. Okay, this is gonna be rough. SX chaos. This is gonna get me killed. So we'll do this on like a different map. What we got here? Okay, we'll do this one here. Like, yeah, I maxed it out and I loved it.
Choking cloud.
But the funny thing about it, Killtron, is that like for the expansion though, in terms of progression is concerned, like the progression actually kind of felt good on the other classes because it actually took a little bit to actually get the T4. It wasn't that easy for other classes, or it wasn't that easy getting your Bliss to 100 if you were playing other classes or whatever. So I actually felt like the progression when I was playing Rogue actually kind of felt pretty okay because it wasn't the cakewalk to get the T4 initially. But if you play Spiritborn, obviously it was. You know, you play any of the 3 or 4 broken, like extremely broken builds, and you were waltzing through everything basically. You know what I'm saying? So like, reaching a certain part of Endgame, you know, was depending on, you know, whether or not you play Spiritborn or not. And of course, with the Spiritborn being hyped and the new class or whatever, that's basically what we're gonna base our experience on, right? It's like, well, if Spiritborn is played by most people's perception of progression is going to be this, right? I'm not saying it could be better by any means, but I do think that the progression that they tried to do from T1 to T4 or whatever like that wasn't really that bad. It was okay. It definitely needs some tuning, but it was okay. Unfortunately, in the campfire chat, it was like, "Oh yeah, we kind of like where it is right now," and I'm just like, "No, that's not the answer you're giving. Even if you truly feel that way, don't say that." You're like, "Oh no, yeah, we're constantly working on ways to make it better and, you know, make it feel better, and, you know, the player feedback and things." Like, don't be like, "Oh yeah, we're good. Everything's good. We like where it's at." Slow.
Now this will come in handy.
I love doing that every time. Every time.
Choking cloud.
How's it falling on me? Dude, yeah, I ruined my other pair of boots doing that. So I had to literally like play with some real booty boots, man. It was bad. Luckily, I did find a okay upgrade from the booty boots I was wearing, so it's not that bad right now, but already said, bro. If you don't drop me no waystones.
Stay light, stay alive.
Every time I see a short bow, I think of what you said. Beyond being beyond that. I didn't even try to vow my amulet, to be honest with you. Wait. You take way too long to blow up.
Rather not taking back.
Got too much junk. If I feel more confident when GGG tells us things in the Blizzard right now, doesn't mean I lost faith in D4 doing better. Well, I mean, there's also no PR talk behind GGG, right? They can kind of say what they want. Basically what they want, how they want, when they want. There's no walking fine lines. There's no, I gotta get approved by so-and-so before saying so-and-so or posting so-and-so. Yo, no intel, I don't have enough intel, nowhere near enough. Okay. But those boosts are looking kind of juicy though. Juicy enough to where I actually might try to see if I can get some more intel. Oh man. How much dex do I have? How much do I actually like need? Let's be honest. 234. I can't really give up that much dex though. For that chest piece though. Actually, that's probably the highest I need anyway, right? Chaos resist. This ring is interesting. All right, I'm about to find. Because it also gives me an energy shield too. So, and it, I mean, yeah, it's not a lot, but it's some. I'm gonna have to like really consider that. Actually, where did I just put the? Okay, I was like, where did I put the boost at?
What can I do for you?
Let's put this here. We'll figure out that whatchamacallit later then. What's your evasion? Actually, I don't even know. But I play a very evasive play style, so I usually play that don't get hit game basically. So I don't really rely on evade like evade. I don't really trust it to be honest with you. But yeah, I try to go for evasion. Don't get me wrong. Like I try, but I'm definitely not at a state where it's like, oh, I died. I definitely need a lot more evasion. Usually it's like, oh, I died. Let me get good, I guess. Unless it's like an on-death effect sometimes where I can't see it, and I'm just like, okay, that's just BS. But yeah, in this game, generally speaking, the best defense is a really good offense. And you kill them before they kill you, then they can't kill you because you killed them. So generally the way. There's impossible one. Yeah, they are. There are. But then like enough evasion can't really save you there either. So that's something to think about as well. Evasion is also usually enough to go acrobatics to rely on it to evade them. Well, that's the problem. Getting enough and solo self-found typically don't work well together. So I'm having to go a different route. It's now maybe in about like a month from now, maybe that could be the case. But right now, yeah, definitely can't go off of that. Yo, Sig, what's going on? So files just play differently. You need to use all those tools, including the. Oh yeah, well I'm just saying like but the idea is like, you just need this. That's like saying, yeah, man, like buying a house is fine. All you need to do is just make this much money, right? And it's like, well, yeah, yeah, that's not incorrect, right? It's not incorrect. There's an asterisk there, yeah, but it's not wrong. If you want a really nice house, you just need more money. That makes sense. There's no arguing there.
Nowhere to run.
Pick up bases, not only rares. That's what I do. In fact, most of the stuff I got was crafted from bases, from whites and sometimes blues. I've yet to find a rare that I wore. Well, actually, I'm not gonna lie. This was the first rare that I found, actually, and this is a replacement boot that I found on the ground that I actually wore. Everything else has been whites crafted or blues crafted. Even then, the progress is just really, really slow. Like, even Al Kaiser has been saying the same thing. Al Kaiser, Woody, Quinn. Not that I really like. Quinn probably doesn't really belong in that same conversation there, but you get the idea. This boost service in the V. Well, so here's the problem with that. Beyond that, the problem, you know the reason why I don't have a rune in here. You wanna know why I don't have a rune in there? Because my gear is so finicky that I don't want to put a rune in there and then I need it for something else. So like, let's say I find a really awesome glove upgrade or something, right? But it has everything perfect, but I'm missing like a res or resistance. Well, now I'm screwed because I have a whatchamacallit here instead, and what I really should have done was cap my resistances instead. So like, you know what I'm saying? So like, that's actually why I didn't put a rune in there, because I'm like, I have some pieces of gear that aren't that great that I'm probably going to upgrade pretty soon, hopefully, that I don't want to sit there. But they're going to change those in runes or solo self-found, it is not that common. I do not change gears that common in solo self-found. I'll put it that way. Again, if we were talking about trading, sure. But in solo self-found, you don't. I'll put it this way. Before, so these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I got upgrades this week. 5 upgrades this week. But before that, I was wearing the same bow, helm, chest, quiver, and glove for an entire week. For an entire week with no upgrades. He said, but you're gonna change those and rune. Yeah, so the problem is that once you put a rune in there, you can't put another rune in there. Like it's done. At least that's what I'm mistaken. You can't take the rune out, right? So if I put a rune in here right now, but I find an upgrade for a glove and I'm no longer res capped, and I really needed that socket to res cap, then what do? Then I have to find a whole new pair of boots that are also going to have movement speed, which is ridiculously hard in like solo self-found. Unless you're playing maybe 10 hours a day. And even then it's probably kind of difficult. You just got 30 movement speeds plus 90 minutes. Let those and ruin those. But well, I can't even slap those yet because I don't have enough intel to wear it. Oh yeah, you play 11 hours a day. Yeah, well there you go. There's a gap there. But yeah, it is yeah. You might find more things if you play double the amount of hours that I do a day. Maybe. Just maybe. Statistically speaking, you should. I'll put it that way. I guess the answer is play more, right? You didn't know I didn't play that much? I only play when I stream. Cause I either work full time and then I have a side job and then I'm also married. So like I can't just spend 12 hours a day on a game for weeks at a time anymore. I can do it like the beginning of a season, Diablo season or whatever, like the first 3 or 4 days or like that. I'm allowed to do that. Past that point, like I can't forego other responsibilities to do that. I just can't. Not at this stage in my life. I can't do that.
Speak.
Now, if I was a streamer full time, then yeah, I'd play 11, 12 hours a day on this game because that's where my money is coming from. But right now, I guarantee you, me streaming right now is more of a fun hobby type thing and not something that pays the bills. So I gotta find other time to make money when I'm not streaming. So I don't play generally when I'm not streaming. So I said, I knew what's going on. He said, I feel you. Surprised to hear you're married and you still play see streamers the same, and I'll forget they're not the same. Well, yeah, but you also got to remember, like, you know, like some of those guys are full-time streamers. Even like some of the smaller guys might be considered full-time streamers in a sense, but everybody's situation is, you know, well, different, right?
What can I do for you?
So I would say I'm like a blasual, if that makes sense. So like a casual blaster, I guess you could say. But yeah, I don't get the blast for weeks at a time. I get like 3 or 4 days tops with permission, and taking days off of work, which I gotta make up the income somehow. Cause guess what? If I stream 16, 18 hours each day in Diablo 4 for the first 3 or 4 days in the season, I'm literally not making any money. Like, I'm not getting paid much at all on Twitch for those 16, 18 hours of me streaming. Like, I'm losing money by streaming 16, 18 hours, right? But I do it obviously because it's like, it's the beginning of the season, the hype is there. It's like, yo, let's go ahead and get the end game real quick, whatever like that. But on the back end, I gotta go like, okay, now I need to go back and, you know, make money and things now that I lost money because I chose to stream those insane amount of hours. I'm scared to do that map though. Just those affixes are so rough. Whatever. YOLO. You're playing so fun. You're missing all the toxicity. However, though, I do want to throw those boots on though. I'm actually excited about those boots. It's got health and mana on it, so even if it doesn't have any res, well, I got to put more exalted orbs on it to see. The real war, the grind the real war is hard, bro. Yeah, but it's also, you know, it's also kind of, I won't say self-inflicted, but you know, my career choice doesn't necessarily lends me of having to, you know, work more than one job, right? Like, unfortunately, being a teacher does, you know, while it's satisfying work on one end, right? Like the value you feel of being able to help others succeed is sometimes immeasurable in terms of how you feel about it, right? But on the back end, it's like if you ever want to get ahead and like invest and do all the other, you know, cool stuff or whatever, you need a secondary source of income of some sort. You just have to. So when I got into teaching, like, I knew that. That's why I always like had a serving job on the side for almost 2 decades. Because, you know, gotta supplement the I guess what I was passionate about. But that's a choice, you know. I'm not complaining. Like, I'm definitely not complaining at all. I love what I do, but you know.
Stay light, stay alive.
That's exactly how I would describe my husband and myself, blasuals. We would be blasters, but we're not 40s. Yeah, I'm like, I'll be 40 in February. On a house, have kids, grandkids, work full time. It's the start of the season launch, but after day 3, life has to begin in gaming. Only it's gonna be a few hours here and there, and some days maybe not at all. Yeah, that's really about it. Really, that's kind of about where I'm at with it. Wait, hold on. Were you responding to me beyond that? Oh, but you don't know if that would have been different. I mean, Genetic get the real world rap for a reason, and it has nothing to do with that. Love for Life is like drops in the game. No, I was trying to figure out what context was that in a sense. I think I was saying that like I knew that I was gonna have to, you know, have another gig, I guess you could say, alongside teaching. Like I knew that kind of thing, right? Like that was, it's one of those things where I even tell my students sometimes when they want to do like this, like, oh, you know, you seem happy doing what you're doing, you know, I want to do what you're doing kind of thing. Like I want to grow up and be like, you know, do what you're doing. And I'm like, I have to sit them down and have to talk real quick with them and be like, you know, hey, I'm not trying to ruin your dreams or anything or tell you not to do something. But if you're going to take the route that we take or that I take, you also need, I'm not saying have a backup plan because I'm not saying that at all, but just make sure you have another source of income, another gig that you do on the side, part-time or something. How does that being a teacher doesn't make income enough to just do it for a bit and stream have fun? Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, I got you now. I will say this though. Don't get me wrong. There are times where content creating can like supplement like streaming and like YouTube. Let's not talk about life. Why not? It's fine. We're good. But like, yeah, there are times where content creation does supplement. There are some good months, and there are times where I get opportunities and stuff to be able to like, fire damage increase though. Increase fire damage. That could have been good.
Yes.
I'll put it this way, like I would say like the game guide videos I did for Blizzard on the D4 channel, for those who may know or may not know, I did game guides for Diablo 4's official channel on YouTube or for YouTube, and like they contacted me 3 times. So actually no, they contacted me twice. I did a 2 episode series right after Woody Joe did his, and so I was contacted to do 2, and they actually, the pay for that was insane. I mean, absolutely nutty. And then apparently they liked what I did so much that they contacted me again to do a 3rd video. I think I was the only one on the Diablo channel that actually did 3 videos with Blizzard. Like that's, I don't know what it was that they liked about what I did, but they were really on board with what I was doing. But yeah, it was that. I mean, I ended up taking like my wife out for her birthday, and I was just like, I had this huge thing planned, and like it was one of the first times where I didn't have to worry about how much we were spending. I was kind of like, we're just gonna go do this, and like whatever we spend that weekend is what we spend that weekend. I'm not even concerned about like a limit. I'm not concerned. Like it was that much of a pay that I was not expecting at all. Like last year, like not even, I was not expecting that. And like obviously that doesn't come all the time, but like when opportunities like that come, you're just like, man, that's insane. So there are times where like there has been with me content creating where I'm like, man, if this could only supplement be the part-time job kind of thing, like, do you know how set I would be? I'd be able to stream a lot longer for one, because I wouldn't have to have the other, you know, gig job or whatever. So, but until you make it or until you're large enough per se, right? then you can't really rely on it because there's too many ups and downs for a smaller streamer. Like the good months can be pretty good, but then you have more bad months or off months than good months, and you can't like rely on that. It's a shame teachers should just start at 80K a year or more. So, man, 80K a year, like where I live at, would be like a blessing. But hell, I'd be happy with like 60K to be honest with you. But anyways, we won't really go. We won't. I won't go there. But I get what you're saying though. I get what you're saying. Public service in general, like first responders and stuff like that, like there's just you know, it's cool to hear that they behave with you. I haven't seen your guys, but if you're a teacher, I guess your take is to it's better than me. than Woody. I honestly don't know what it was that they liked, but apparently it wasn't just that, but like the YouTube views were also like off the charts. Like the first video I made with them, you know, reached like 5.9 million views, which is probably the most by far. I think there's like maybe one or two other videos that might have hit that mark, but it wasn't Game Guys. It was like a whole different video or whatever. So I think that's probably why they went back, hooked up with me. He's like, yo, you made us some money, so we're gonna pay you money to make us more money, which is usually how businesses work, right? Hey, you made us money. Let's hook up again, so you know we can make more money, and then you can make more money, right? Sounds about like you know corporate America, right? You know, so
What luck?
but yeah, but I will say like you know like usually like I put it this way, I was actually hoping to make a little bit more during the expansion for Diablo 4. The first month of Diablo 4 for the expansion. I didn't do terrible, but the problem that happened in Diablo 4 expansion when it came out was that, generally speaking, what normally happens every season is that like you'll have like, you know, your blasters who do like, you know, 30, 35, 40-hour streams the first couple of days, right? But then they actually sleep. Like, you know, they sleep or whatever. So like usually like after the third or fourth day, they're actually sleeping and then they go back to their kind of normal schedules. Like they'll still stream like for, you know, 13, 14 hours of like that for the first week and a half, whatever. But they won't stream into the nighttime. They'll stream throughout the daytime because they're full-time streamers. So after they pull their like, you know, 24, 40-hour streams, they're no longer streaming in my time slot anymore. So that they're going to sleep, but the hype is still there. So people are looking for other content creators to watch. That's when my view count spikes. Usually like day 4, day 5, or like going on to the second week when the big names are no longer streaming in the same time slot that I stream. That's actually how I do pretty well, usually the first month of every season. But that didn't happen this time around with the expansion because people had a plan, and it was a good plan for them. I'm not hating on them at all whatsoever. I totally get why they did it. But some of them actually had, you know, their sister stream for them so they can keep the stream going for like an entire week. You know, they had their, you know, cousins, you know, Rax even had his brother and his girlfriend stream for him kind of thing. So like those big name streams were on throughout the entire day, including the time slots they normally would not be on. So obviously that ate into the, you know, people who like stream in the night hours or whatever, like what their viewer or view count would normally be. So I actually had a lower view count going into season 6 for a while, the first month, than I did season 5, season 4, or even season 3, or even season 2. Because, you know, those guys were populating the time slot that I normally stream in, which is the nighttime usually. So it was kind of unfortunate because I think I made about half of what I normally would have made, which I was like, oof. Which is like, okay, well, see, this is why I can't count on content creating yet. I'm not big enough to be like, you know, oh yeah, this is it. This is gonna be great, right? And then yeah. I appreciate the sub, sir. But with that being said, I think it was what they did was a really good idea because they made a lot of money. Like the big name stream, they made a lot of money doing what they were doing, a lot. And I am not hating at all. Hell, if I was in their shoes, I would do the exact same thing. I would do the exact same thing. I'm like, bro, this is free money. Like, hell yeah, I'm about to do that, right? Ollies are bad.
Greetings.
They seem like thankless jobs too. What's funny was I was actually supposed to be, I was this close to being a firefighter, like this close. Because I actually wasn't gonna be a teacher anymore because they ended up getting, so in South Carolina they ended up like getting rid of music in a lot of schools at the time. So I was losing my job left and right, like in certain counties, except for like the bigger counties, which they support really well for some strange reason. But most school districts were like getting rid of their music programs. So I was getting frustrated, right? And I was like, you know what? All right, well, I'm just gonna just do something else. And so I actually decided I was in training to become a firefighter. So I passed a physical test or whatever, and so that was the written or the class. Like the class is what was next. You had to do like class. I think it was for like 3 months or something like that, and then pass a written test and all that stuff, and then you can be a firefighter. So I was on my way to doing that, and then my mom was like, "Why don't you just leave the state? Like go to North Carolina. Like get out of South Carolina. Obviously the state sucks for what you're trying to do, so just get out of South Carolina and just go to North Carolina." And I was like, you know what? Fine. And so literally that's exactly what happened. And North Carolina was, I'll put it this way, have significantly more opportunities for what I was trying to do. Now, given that being said, the school districts are absolute shit here in North Carolina. But because football is so popular in North Carolina, so popular that you cannot get rid of the music programs because the football teams want fans to play and do music and stuff like that. So it's not even them wanting to keep the music programs because they like the music programs in the schools. They just want the band to be there to cheer them on. So it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, so it's kind of funny how that worked out. So what I'm saying is there was demand. There was enough demand for me to know that I wasn't going to lose my job, right? So I had options. So that's how I ended up continuing to do it. But I was almost a firefighter. Friday night lights over in education. That is it. Where am I at in North Carolina? So I'm actually live in South Carolina, but I do work in North Carolina. But I will say, I work in the Charlotte area. But I won't say much more than that. But that's. Do you live in North Carolina? Is that what you're asking? Far west. Okay. Yeah. I'm definitely like work closer to the border area ish, but which made me live in South Carolina because I got smart. I smartened up. Let's just use that term. I smartened up, right? and realized that it was just a cheaper cost of living in South Carolina. So it's like, why not just live in South Carolina but work in North Carolina? Like you get so much more with your with your money in South Carolina versus North Carolina that it's just like it just made no sense to live in North Carolina if you're that close to South Carolina. Put it that way. Don't really want to do breach right now. I'm gonna die horrible deaths. How much rarity should you aim for? As much as you can get. Honestly, it's really, really, really good right now. And the commute from places just south of Charlotte is barely 30 minutes. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. But it took me a little while to realize that. It took me... I lived in Charlotte for about 4 or 5 years before I realized how big of a difference the cost of living was. Because when I was... Yeah, pretty much. I was like, bro, what am I doing in my life? Yeah, man. You and Maxroll have kept your mind sober. Some others just surrender to the hype. I don't think PoE2 was ready for the D4 the way people think Blizzard wants. They will bring D4 to the top. Let's just hope management, the people who make the decisions, feel the same way at Blizzard. I kind of do feel sorry for the devs a little bit. It's not they're not all like out of the woods or make perfect decisions, because they have the problems too, but they really don't have the freedom to do all the things that they want to do or would like to do, and it kind of sucks.
Now this
When that kind of sucks, it definitely does suck. But that's a whole nother topic. Mad respect you got going out, holding a family life and a day job on top of doing this. Boston says hello. Thanks, man. Yeah. I actually like being busy though. Like I like when I don't do something, if I'm not streaming or working or or doing something to provide a future or something, then I feel like I'm like not doing anything at all. Like I feel like I'm wasting time. That's why I have a hard time going on vacation, because like the way I look at vacations is that I'm losing money. I can't get it out of my head that it's like I need a break from from reality and stuff, because I look at it as, oh well, if I'm not doing that, then this gets behind. I'm not doing this, and I lose this, and I'm not making any money or progress in this, and it's like, so for a while I just never took vacations because of that, because my mindset just would not let me do it. Well, that and the fact that I was homeless before at one point. So I think my mind kind of gets into that mode where it's like, always make sure that you are moving forward or you're progressing forward, so you never have to go back to that place, right? So it was really hard for me to like take a vacation and like enjoy a vacation, which was awful for my wife, because she likes to travel and do all this stuff that normal people like to do, right? And here I am just like being like deathly afraid of like what will happen if I go on vacation. Which for everyone's like, bro, it's really not that bad. It's not hard. I mean, it's not hard to go on vacation. You just, go on vacation, right? Go on vacation and you relax and, not worried about all the other stuff. And it's like, I can't like not worry about the other stuff.
Hello. Yes. Greetings.
You had that. Here's what? He said, the most pride and gratitude I ever felt in my life was because of something that was said to me 20 years ago. Son's parents, teacher, confidence by his teacher. Gratitude that my son had that teacher, and pride in my son and a twinge in myself. But teachers can be so healing, even for parents. I remember doing like, I don't know. There's definitely been times where, especially like during the indoor percussion days, when I would do those programs, that there were many parents that really loved what I was doing and was a big supporter and fan of like how the program was ran. And I think like when I was in it, it was kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, there's nothing. It's just, you know, it's just me doing whatever it is I normally did. But now that I'm kind of away from the competitive indoor scene now, because it's, well, there's some, I don't say stories behind it, but COVID kind of hurt a lot of that growth and progress in that area. But, you know, looking at it now, I'm just like, man, those were some really cool days, man. Like, and I have former students who visit the stream all the time. They still message me here and there, and they ask, you know, to go out to eat, you know, get a drink with them or something. Like it's one of those things where,
Until next time.
where like you can't replace that feeling, you know, like even if it's just one kid, even if you had like a terrible year with like, you know, hundreds of different kids who just hate your guts. But if you reach one kid and you change their life for the better and in some way, it's like all worth it. And it's hard to explain why. It's hard to explain why that feels so good. One kid, but all it takes is just one kid, right? And the other 500 or something kids that get on your nerves, or you know, you feel like it's not worth it, doesn't even matter. All that goes away. Wait, what? You said I miss the indoor percussion scene. You was one of my really? One of my students I miss. I live in Texas now though, but still the best time in your life. What was your favorite show? That we did, because you're human. Helping people feels good, but you would think with how the world functions sometimes that you just that the idea of wanting someone else to succeed seems like a crazy idea nowadays. Right? Like you want someone else to succeed, like you want to see someone else succeed. What's wrong with you? But yeah, I miss it though. I feel like I had the most value at that point. And I guess didn't realize how massive of an influence I had in the area when I was doing the indoor percussion programs. It was insane. Snare line 2019 predictable. Oh snap! All right. Okay. You don't gotta tell me your name because you don't want to dox yourself. I got you. Dang, man. Okay. All right. Well, Exhibit A, everybody, right there. See, like I said, sometimes former students will come by and remind me of really cool shit like that, man. I missed that show. That was a really fun show. I played violin for 10 years, all throughout school, and participated in many orchestras. I can tell you every teacher that's ever taught me music. I can't need a name. I can't say the same for any other subject. Fair, but I will say that though. I will say this though, like the other, like the core subject teachers have it rough, has it more rough than like we do, in a sense. We're lucky and unlucky at the same time that the district has no idea what we do. They know nothing about what we do. The bad thing is that we don't get funded, right? And they give us projects and things that have nothing to do with what we were trying to do, and we got to pass it on to the students and be like, yo, I don't want to do this either, but we got to get this done because the state says so, right? That's the bad part. But the good part is that we can kind of be a little bit more creative and stuff like that because the district doesn't know what we do. So it's like we can get away with more different methods of how we teach, whereas core teachers don't have the that kind of leeway because they have to teach to take the test, whereas music teachers don't have to worry about that part of it. You know what I mean? So, but I get what you're saying though. I would say there's only been one core teacher I remember, two core teachers I remember throughout my entirety of being in school that I actually like remember their name and like I like them as teachers. Right. This was one of the best time for sure. Then you did Civitas. Okay. So wait a minute. How'd you find me? let me ask you that. I mean, I guess like people knew I streamed. Like you guys knew I streamed, but how did you specifically find me? You have no clue.
Toxic rain.
Yeah, Beanie, I will say that I really did get really like I was furious that I really couldn't really continue indoor like I wanted to past that point. That was the last season of doing it. I will say I had a lot more time on my hands after indoor. Like I didn't realize how much work. I mean, I've always known it was a lot of work. Like being a director, whatever like that. That's the reason why you don't see many scholastic programs, do it because it's like the amount of work for the pay that you get is like not even closely proportionate. But like I remember calling up Billy and I said during the weekday, I'm like, Billy, he's like, what's up? And he's like, want to go to movies? He was like, yeah. And it was like 7 o'clock on the Wednesday night. Normally I'd be like up either writing music or writing drill at the time, or I'd be like answering emails from parents, or I'd be contacting like venues for floor design, uniforms, those kind. I mean, I'd be constantly busy all the time, and I didn't know what to do after there was no more indoor for me, and I was just like, it's 8 o'clock at night, like, and I have free time, and I don't know what to do with this free time. This doesn't make any sense. Like, what do people do at 8 o'clock at night? Yeah, I think I know who this. So it could only be one of 3 people, and so I think I know because I think Texas was his home state. So I think I know who it is, but again, I'm not gonna say his name for doxing purposes. But yeah, so I think I know. Yep. Yep. Okay. So yeah, I know who you are. I know exactly who you are. With that being said, though, Strain, this guy Beanie was, he came in with immense amount of talent. I mean, dude was like, even when we were doing private lessons or whatever, I mean, dude came in like, you're talking about like just like Michael Jordan, LeBron James, like Peyton Manning levels of talent for the area at the time. Now, obviously, he was, at the time he was younger, so of course there's that, taking it more serious in terms of the practicing part of it at the start. But like, he ended up being a really, really, really fantastic player. You look at Toxic, but yeah, because you know, it's cool. Like it's really cool. Really cool. I haven't seen him since then, so it's been years.
Cloud. Out of mana.
Also, his parents were really cool too as well. I think his parents liked me a lot actually. So it was really cool. And the dogs. Well, the bigger dogs. The toy dog didn't like me at all for whatever strange reason. I don't think the toy dog liked anyone. Yeah, the little dog was mean, man. Like, I don't know. Like, I would come over all the time and like, still wouldn't give me the time of day. And I'm usually really good with dogs. Like I won over German shepherds and everything. Like, but this one small dog though, don't know. Just he wasn't having it, man. Didn't matter what I did. Was not having it.
Miasma.
Oh god. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to go back to Renovaros to get some crowd control, some sort of crowd control. With the pinning or whatever. Good day, some of the best memories ever, and yeah, right after I graduated, I moved back to Texas and went to you got the UNT, really? University of North Texas? Nice. But I'm no longer part of the drama scene. Doing Civitas at such a young age was rough, and I got bullied, and yes, they love you. And yes, the dog was super mean. I don't blame you, the dog, he hated me at the time, too. Yeah, I actually, so, you know what's funny, though? I won't say it's funny, but like, I guess I won't call it his name, but the snare captain who also, you know, did Endure at the time with me or whatever, the snare captain at Civitas or whatever. I had to pull him to the side, like when I actually helped out for Civitas for a little bit, and like discuss his leading style or his you know, him being a leader and like how to be one, because he was super cocky and arrogant, and I know like I don't teach that whatsoever. So it bothered me to see him like try to run the line like that, and I had to humble him again. And I'm like, look, bro, like when we met, you were at, you know, X high school before you came over to the high school I was at for Endor, and you were a junior and you couldn't play double stroke rolls at the time. And it wasn't your fault, don't get me wrong. It was the product of the school you were at, because, well, they sucked, unfortunately. So like you wasn't getting the education you needed at all whatsoever. So you seeked me for private lessons, you know, and you got really good in a really short period of time, sure, but you have to remember where you came from yourself. You were never, you weren't always, you know, like, you know, as good of a player as you were at the time. But I think that was also part of his issue, is that he expected everyone else who had more time, who actually had good instruction for years, when he only had it for 2 years and he got to the level that he did. So he had more expectations out of the other people. Which is like, well, if I'm this good and I've only been with Dark Side, you know, for, you know, 2 years or whatever, you know, under his teaching or whatever like that, and you guys had like 5 or 6 years of good instruction elsewhere, then you should be better than me. So he had that like that expectations of the rest of the snare line that is like, you know, you guys are lazy. You guys, you know, why aren't you this good, or why aren't you guys good as, you know, as I am? And that bothered me. I'm just like, bro, you cannot run a line like that. Like, I get what you're saying. I get what you're trying to do. I understand it completely. I honestly really do. But I had to bring it down to like reality. I don't know how much better it got after that, but I do know that when they actually did win their class that one year, he wrote like 2 paragraphs worth of like just thanking me for the private lessons and like how the indoor stuff, you know, changed his life at, you know, the school I was at, and like that was really cool. So I don't know if he actually got any better with after that, with leading after I said what I said, but yeah, I wasn't really a fan of the bullying. But part of that too, Beanie, was the fact that, I mean, there was some inherent jealousy too as well, because you came in as like almost a prodigy. Like, you were really good, but you were also really silly, and so people just didn't think that you were taking it seriously, even though you were, like, you were doing what you're supposed to do, but people didn't think that you were, because you didn't seem like you were serious about it, even though you were obviously hanging with the others. Like, you were able to hang with the others, obviously, but you didn't have that, like, that snare look, that snare mentality of kind of just being, you know, almost like an asshole in a sense, right? Like that level of confidence or whatever. You didn't really walk around with that, and some people didn't really like that. I can tell you that much. I know, because when I was at Killing a Crown, that almost that same literal thing happened to me as well. Best class in your opinion to someone brand new to PoE 2? Honestly, probably Sork or Ranger would be the easier classes to play. Anything melee is going to be hard. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but just expect a harder difficulty curve at the start, especially being brand new. So, Sork or Ranger would be easier to start with for sure. I'm not saying you should start with them. I'm just kind of. Which is, yeah, oh yeah, that too. Which is, yeah. Dude, I tell you what, I had the same teacher for violin from 4th to 8th grade, and I found out that, and if I found out he was on Twitch, I'd be his top viewer. And I'm 47. That was 40 years ago. You can, yeah. It's I actually didn't even know Beanie has been here all this time. Like, it was funny because I this is not a topic that I bring up often, and literally first time response was a former student say, yeah, I can attest to that. I watched the stream. I'm like, what? Like, it's like Exhibit A, guys. Here you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, this map sucks. You're right. Yeah, I literally almost ran into that explosion, and I was gonna be real mad. I would have blown up to that explosion. I'm your first violin, so you can play for the first 3 years. I worked the paper route for 2 years because my mom said she'd pay for half if I earned the other half to buy my own. The teacher, of course, knew that. Our first outdoor performance was raining, walking out the gazebo, and I slipped and fell on the staff of your brand new violin. Oh man, In middle school, I got snapped off. The only person crying as hard as I was my teacher. I bet like he or she felt the exact same way. Sorry, he. Yeah, he felt the same way. I mean, he felt what you felt because he cared.
Greetings.
You still have that violin? Very nice. Okay, I gotta start putting a lot of stuff in my stash because I'm just like hoarding like crazy now. And my actual stash. So I got 14s now. 14, 14, 14, 4. I got several 14s now. Should probably put anything below a 13 in the stash. So let's do all that. Granted that I don't ruin what I got. Boom. Ooh, okay. We got the build up. No.
Potato, potato, potato,
Alright.
potato, 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 potato. Hey.
We'll get and put the whatchamacallit. Who's that? Decoy? I knew it. Knew it. What a decoy. Let's throw iron in the boots here since I did find a new pair of boots and beyond that isn't wrong. So Suffolk Caverns. Should we do it? And there's also +1, so sure we'll do it. But let's change the skill we got here though. Let's remove out from Vine Arrow. Go back to Rena Barrels. Yeah, come. I do. Okay, sure we're good. What can go here? I don't understand. Beyond anybody, what's a good support that goes here? I have yet to be able to find a support gem that actually fits. Like every time I try to find something that supports Herald of Plague, it just would not let me do it for whatever strange reason. It's like, oh, it doesn't work here. It can't fit here. You can't slot that here. I'm like, what can I slot? like what am I supposed to slot there? Like nothing works. Like legit, man. Michael Bjorn.
Choking cloud.
I'm going to play this carefully. He was healing because you gave me something else with proving my mother wrong about her. That's about you. They get that balance because it was proof that I could do anything if I wanted bad enough. So like, do you still play? Like, do you still like, you know, whip it out sometimes and still play, or is it more of kind of like decor? frozen. Expert stat of this. I quit junior year of high school. Then I mastered the correct vibrato. It's actually my favorite part of like string instruments. I don't being obviously more band rather than like orchestra. I didn't do much with strings, but when I did or had to, like, that was kind of like my favorite part. I don't know why. Like the more intricate things were my more favorite things to do. Like on trumpet, like double tonguing was like what I like to do a lot. Double tonguing and just hitting ridiculously high notes, like high C notes or whatever, just for fun. Back in like school, before I became a percussionist. You can still play? Okay, cool. Does your husband like make you play or ask you to play at any points, or has your husband ever heard you play after that way? There's two things here. Okay, we'll start with this. Oh, well, okay.
Toxic rain.
You charged up and hit yourself?
Now this will come in
Your,
handy.
you said your kids heard you play? You said, how geared am I? Not really. My gear is pretty mediocre. I'm also solo self-found, so I'm not gonna have any godlike gear. I will say my best piece is definitely my weapon though. I did become fortunate with that. Like this ended up rolling pretty well. Obviously it could be better, but for solo self-found this is really good. I thought I had attack speed on it. I wonder what happened to it. Anyways.
Speak.
So switching to conversations. So we all know about Diddy, right? I mean, ain't no denying that Diddy, was involved, right? I mean, let's be honest. But what y'all think about Jay-Z? You think You guys think Jay-Z was part of that too as well? What how y'all feel about that? Like, cause like, did he say this? No, I'm kidding. Oh yeah, it begs to you know, for conversation, because you mean, you know, I won't speak on the whole Beyonce and Jay-Z thing, because that's a whole other thing too as well. But like, you know, whenever they go and do anything, they always make people sign NDAs. And generally speaking, like, there's two reasons why you will make someone want to sign an NDA. One, well, you know, people are really nosy, and you know, paparazzi, all that stuff like that. And then two, there's some stuff you're doing in there that you just don't want to know. And if you say something, they can see. You know, like there's it's not common, you know, to ask or, you know, make people sign NDAs for attending a party. You know what I'm saying? I get it, ish, but big but. I don't care about the JC part. That works itself out. Them trying to link LeBron. Them trying to link LeBron. Well, LeBron did say something that was in bad taste when he said there's ain't no party like a Diddy party. Like, granted, that can mean several different things, but you look back at it now and it's like, oh god, you couldn't have that couldn't have been the worst. You couldn't have.
That's quite nice.
Man, that's just really bad. Yeah, he might have meant they were like, yeah. Like, that's generally how I took it when he first said it, right? Like, years ago. But given what we know now about Diddy parties, it just sounds real bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? It just, and that's why LeBron is like, you know, getting thrown into the mix because of that statement. Even though that statement was made a long time ago, and may not even be about the same parties, right? I mean, Diddy had parties, but not every party is the Diddy party that we know of, right? He might have had other parties. I mean, it's Diddy, right? Like, not every parties was that kind of party. Let me get that divine order. What's that, man? Oof. I don't know what that was. He's a joker, so it's likely calling out with sarcasm, but, you know, no one would know. Yeah. LeBron doesn't really strike me as that person, though. Like, ever. Like, the worst he's done when it came to, like, another female or something like that, when he was with somebody at the same time, was try to hop in someone's DMs, and he kind of like messed that up. Like, it was pretty awkward. He tried to hop in some model's DMs or whatever, and like with like no game at all whatsoever. Like, it was pretty bad. Like, yet alone, you know, him running a scheme trying to, you know, do what some of those other guys did. Yeah, I don't see that.
Toxic rain.
But Jay-Z though, he said, "How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Doing all right." After Bill Cosby, I trust no celebrities. You know, okay, that's a fair take. I was really sad about Bill Cosby though. Like, I actually really liked Bill Cosby before all that came out. He was like the TV dad, and like, especially if you were African American, you saw Bill Cosby on TV at that time in America, like, you know, that like on television, you see like a black television dad during that time was a very big deal to young African Americans at the time to have like to see that. So like that's why it hit so hard, because it's like, bro, man, like really, man, like come on, man, like Is it didn't age well? Yeah, the bronze comment, yeah. Did that years ago. You had no way you knew. Are you serious? Something you never been at a party where there was going on in the bathroom or bedrooms that you just didn't want to know about, so you don't. You don't like Lightning Arrow? No, not really. I actually did play Lightning Arrow first. And then, but my gear was pretty awful at the time, and I was getting a lot of physical gear. And I was like, you know what? Let me just do poison, because the gear I was getting was like leading to it. And then I tried to do Lightning Arrow afterwards, and I realized I just didn't like Lightning Arrow at all. It's just really vanilla. I don't know. Like it's strong. I'm not saying. I mean, obviously it's very, very strong, and it's definitely about to get nerfed. Let's be honest. But I don't know. There's something about toxic growth that I like a lot. Like it's not. It requires like, you know, some strategy, because you can't just spam a skill and then stuff dies. You have to actually like figure out where you're gonna plant the growth versus the acceleration of their movements. Then of course you gotta stack the gas on top of it to make it blow up a little quicker. It's also got some visual pizzazz and flair or whatever. So like it's a really fun skill to play with. Is it as strong as Lightning Arrow? Well, absolutely not. No, it's not. Does it get the job done? Oh yeah, like I can burst things down with it. Right, like, I'm not struggling killing by any means. But I enjoy the gameplay a lot, which is why I play it. And there's a little bit of pride in taking like what is considered a custom build, because I literally had no idea what I was doing in the beginning, because I don't play Path of Exile at all. So this was like literally built from the ground up, like on the way. And you know, you built it to, you know, for it to work out the way that it did, or that it's doing now, and it's like, wow, this works. Like, but yeah. Where's whatchamacallit? But also playing solo self-found though means that it's just takes a while to get everything online, because, well, yeah, you know. Wait, where is he at? There you are. Am I using corrosion? I don't think so. Wait, what's this book? Oh, map boss Atlas points. So finally, look at that. Moving up, I guess. I don't know. Jaguar has been pretty spot on so far. She's been saying stuff for years. She's kind of like Cat Williams. I'll put it that way. Like, where it's just like, I love me some Cat Williams as a comedian, but sometimes he'd be saying some things that you'd be like, what in the, like, bro, like, whatever you want, and we know you want things because you're always on things. Can we get some? Like, did you get an upgrade? Like, did you get a new dealer? Like, what? It's just, but like, obviously not not everything he said was true, but there were an alarming amount of things that he said that it makes you kind of wonder and question, like, I mean, we know Cat be crazy sometimes, but he do got a point though. Like, he do got a point. Is that, I mean, look, Bronny has son. Bronny his son knows because Bronny is an average size player, so Bronny has 100% ass. Alright. I do want to I got a bunch of stuff I gotta sit there. Real quick, hold up.
What can I do for you?
Peace.
They'll be here.
But yeah, so Malvin Fresh, yeah. So that was a boss fight. Like, that was it. The lag in the air can be a little bit of, annoying too as well. But like, it's satisfying seeing all those growths like blow up and do the thing that they do. Yeah, but it's hella damage when you can get them all to explode where you want it when you want. But there's some there's some gem combinations, like support gem combinations, that I haven't like finished figuring out yet. In terms of like what I want to do with it. Because before I had the gain more area, and then also more damage and less area, but I had to take 2 gems to do that, to get that effect. Picha, 2 years in a row, 2-year anniversary. Appreciate you, sir. It's really been 2 years, hasn't it? You think Diablo ever make a comeback at the PoE 2? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess what you gotta remember right now is Diablo 4 is at the end of Season 6, and it wasn't really a great season. So it's at the end of Season 6. Of course, no one's playing. Like right now, Path of Exile 1 is still a good game. How many people are playing that Path of Exile 1 right now? Very few people. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that PoE 2 is the new kid in the block, and people are just going to naturally gravitate to what's new in the genre, right? When Season 7 comes out for D4, you'll see people come back and play that naturally, because it's a brand new season. I don't think Season 7 is pretty good from playing it from the PTR. It's still going to have its problems with some of the in-game content, which I complained about already. But it's a step in the right direction. I just need them to, fix bugs and, really work on trying to get people who blast more to do towards the end game. But over time, the game does get a little better and a little better. It's just, they do some things that make you question a lot of things. They really need to add a market. I would love a marketplace too. I would love a marketplace. Lightning arrow plus orbs is insane. Yeah, I guess like I said, so like Ranger itself isn't really. I'll put it this way: Ranger itself isn't really. I think Woody's logging in for a week and go back to PoE 2. Did he say that, or you're just kind of guessing that that's what he's doing? Because I mean, honestly, by the time the end of January hit, how much PoE would we have played so far? Like, think about it. Like, he's not grinding PoE as much as he was before, now as he was like the first 2 weeks. Like, people have slowed down, with the exception of like your actual PoE content creators, like the people who have been playing PoE for years and years, are obviously, I mean, this is going to be their main, no matter what, going forward. But like even Woody isn't streaming it as much as he was before. There's going to be some slowdown on his part for sure. Even Rax, even DM, even some of the guys who play multiple different action RPGs, like you just get to a point where you're done. You finish everything you could finish until GGG adds more content. What do you do after you beat all the pinnacle bosses and you play the classes you want to play? Like you just wait for new stuff. It's early access, right? So Diablo pays bills. Actually, right now, the Diablo content creators do better. Like the big name Diablo content creators do better right now and Path of Exile right now than playing Diablo, because Diablo is at the end of the season, right? So it's at the end of season 6. So there really isn't market watching Diablo because it's the end of the season. So right now, Path of Exile 2 pays the bills, not Diablo, for those Diablo content creators, right? But no. But you gotta remember though, I mean, season 7 is not gonna be bad. Like, and the idea that like now that PoE 2 early access is out, that you know all other action RPGs are not gonna get any attention or gonna be bad is like I don't know. It's not doom and gloom for Diablo 4. January 11th, no. January 21st. Right, but after the holidays, GG is going to come back with a vengeance on patches, and if the whole other war is going to get yours by February for release. Yeah, but do you know how many people are going to be pissed off? The first round of patches, people are going to be real pissed off at GGG. You know that, right? Because you know how many things are going to get nerfed that people have invested a bunch of like resources into and real money into. What do you mean why? Think about all the broken one shot stuff right now that's happening right now. You really think all that's gonna last? People who have not seen GGG do anything right now. That's what early access is. Yeah, and people still get mad because people spend money on this. You know, people have spent a lot of real money on this game right now. Yeah, so you're right. It is early access, but there are people who and content creators who take it real serious. There was one guy who said he got like 3 of his builds got nerfed in the first 2 weeks, and he got real pissed, and he stopped playing for a little bit. He came back to play again, obviously, because I mean you're not gonna not make money streaming again, and you're a big creator. But he got real pissed at GGG nerfing his builds. I'm like, bro, of course they're gonna fix it. Like, you played PoE for almost a decade. How do you not know this? Of all people. It was. I'm not gonna call by name because I am not gonna get in the thing. Well, Dioxide said this about you, and I'm not about to. No, I've had that happen before. I am not getting on that train. But let's just say it's someone who does builds, who creates, who consistently. He's big, but not as big as like, let's say like Zizarin or Alkaiser or Ben or like those guys. But was a John. I'm not telling you who it is, but I will tell you he's not as big as some of those other guys. I don't know why, because people would do it. People will go on someone else's stream and be like, "Yo, some Diablo new player said this. Named Dioxide said this about you." Like, nah, not about to get in there. Enjoy live. He said, "Yeah, real money trading is big on PoE too." It's also big in D4, but it right now it's bigger in PoE too because there's a bigger market for it. People are playing the game, so people are willing to pay. So of course it's going to be bigger in the game that there's more people actually playing. So, but yeah, there's a lot of money, real money stuff going around in Path of Exile 2 right now, and it's only early access, which is insane to me to think about. Like, I'm not someone who's going to tell someone how they spend their money. right? I mean, if you got money to throw away to sit there on some virtual gear and early access that will be completely useless when the game comes out, do you, right? But or when things get nerfed, like when things get nerfed and the money you spent gear on in early access is going to be useless in 2 or 3 days. If you got the money to throw, cool. But man, like that is insane. Supreme Voodoo, what's going on? I've been watching you since Diablo. I remember that. Is PoE 2 fun? Mostly. Depends. Early access is no different than a new season. Well, it is different because for a new season, they're not nerfing things left and right. We're changing things every week or so. So like if someone's spending real money on a build that is going to be nerfed or is completely busted and broken, and GGG changes it in a week, that's vastly different than what it would be in a season. How people aren't real money trade on Diablo 4, like you couldn't trade. Oh yeah, gold, because you could trade gold. Gold is one way. I'll put it that way. Gold is definitely one way, and yeah, you can technically buy items for real money. 11 days to pass. Well, yeah, they're on the Christmas holidays, so of course, like most game developers from most gaming companies are actually on they take Christmas holidays to be with their families. I know it's a crazy thing, but like developers and video game companies actually have they're actually people as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it's a weird thing to think about. It's a crazy thing to think about, but developers are people. Slackers. What? They aren't robots? Yeah. I remember people used to get that comment around D4 sometimes where like something happens in Diablo, even Diablo 4 and Diablo 3 around Christmas time, something happens and then there's like no one's in the office and it's like, this is going on, I can't believe they're not doing this or whatever. And like, bro, they're on the Christmas holidays, man. I'm not saying don't complain, I'm just saying they're not in the office. Like, I don't know what you want them to do. I don't know what you want them to do, right? Same thing with PO2 right now. The only reason why we don't have any updates in Path of Exile 2 right now for the past like week and a half or whatever ish, and won't for another like week or some change, is because they're on holiday vacation. But rest assured, early January, like a ton of builds are gonna get nerfed, and there are gonna be a lot of people pissed off about that stuff that is supposed to happen. It should happen, but people are gonna be pissed off about that. So people are gonna be there's gonna be a lot of people who are gonna be pissed and salty, especially the guys who spent real money on their gear early January, and then once new patches come out that isn't just nerfing people's ridiculously OP builds, then people will be happy again. They'll be like, oh, they're adding this, they're doing that, they're just giving us this, CGG is great, we love them again. But that first big patch though, when they come back, it's gonna be a ginormous nerf hammer. Let's be honest. On a lot of things. They lost an unfinished game December 6th, never really released 3 major patches and numerous hot fixes. Last on the top of the list. Well, I mean, that's what you should do in the early access. That's what you're supposed to do. Ironically enough, Blizzard did that when the game first came out and people didn't like it. But that's when the game came out, not during beta, right? So now Blizzard takes a different approach, which I don't think is any better. I think it's even worse. But I actually kind of like the whack-a-mole approach personally, because then you actually fix your game a lot faster. But it was like, no, you nerfed my build in non-season. My build that was doing like infinite amounts of damage. Like, I don't understand why you touched it. You know, Blizzard doesn't know what fun is, right? And then at the same time, We complain, yo, Spiritborn is crazy. Why haven't they touched it? Yeah, Master, legit people that would just play a season for 1-3 weeks and they're done. For seasons, yeah. Like once a game is out and the season comes out, yeah. I mean the span of a league or a season is about 1 to 3 weeks, somewhere between there for the majority of the player base. Diablo just want hours not challenged. Not initially, Lady Rachel. Let's be honest. We have some of the best people, some of the most avid action RPG players struggle with Lilith for hundreds of attempts towards the beginning of the game. There were times where Diablo 4 was hard and then people complained. Nightmare Dungeons were ridiculously hard at the start. People complained. Leveling was hard. People complained. I just think that GGG can pull this off and have less complaints from their fan base because they expect that from GGG, whereas D4 is so many people coming from different types of dramas and different gamings and stuff like that, and there's more of a give me now or give me this now. This is way too hard. I don't want to take 10 hours to reach max level type players, and it's just like at that point it's like. But at the same time, D4 marketed to that, right? D4 marketed to many different players outside of the action RPG genre. So I guess what were you expecting when people are coming in? It's like, bro, if you're marketing to like people who never play action RPGs before, then yeah, you're gonna get a lot of people who don't play action RPGs before who are going to complain about your game being too hard when it wasn't really like that the case. The complaint was that it was hard was nowhere. It was also that complaint too. It was both, but yeah. But Lilith didn't need a reward. The reward was beating her because she was really tough. You didn't really. I don't need a lottery ticket for beating Lilith. I just wanted to fight because the fight was actually fun. Yeah, it was buggy. There was some bugs, but it was fun. It was hard. So I was fine with just that, with it just being that. I don't need a sparkly candy loop pinata for everything, right? I was totally fine with just saying, yeah, I beat her because she was ridiculously hard at the time. Now, some things, yeah, like Nightmare Dungeon, sure, that definitely needed to be more rewarding. Not even questioning that, but some things like Lilith, nah, you just need to be like, hey, yeah, you did it. That's it. I'm cool with that. Archmage, yes, and Way Everlasting Glaze is somewhat double dipping, and we'll be looking at. Dude, something can get looked at too, man. Like Deadeye's gonna get looked at, like with the Tailwind, Lightning Arrow is gonna be it's gonna get looked at. But there's gonna be a lot of stuff. My question is, here's my thought. I wonder what route GGG is going to take. Are they going to stick to their guns? And because actually, who made a really good video that I generally don't always necessarily agree with his takes on things, but he was actually, in my opinion, pretty spot on. Was Mr. Llama SE. You guys know what that is, Mr. Llama, the D2, legend, I guess you could say. He made a video about the problems he finds with Endgame Path of Exile. And one of the things I actually did agree with them on is what direction does GGG want to go with the game? Like playing campaign versus Endgame is such a a way different experience, and he's absolutely right. Do we want to take it the route where the bosses mean something and like you have to like actually try and the progression is slower in general, or do we want to take the route where it's kind of back to everything being one-shotty, the bosses don't even get to do the mechanics anymore, and yeah, you don't care about what the enemies do because they just get deleted off the screen once you have a decent enough build you trade it for, right? So like, what route, which philosophy do you want to uphold? The campaign one or the end game one right now?
Toxic rain.
I really enjoyed my campaign playthrough the first time around. I will say that. I will say honestly, that's probably the most fun I've had with this game so far. Was the first campaign playthrough. Now, for some people, that'd be the exact opposite. Whereas, like, yeah, I wasn't expecting the Souls like action RPG, right, for the first 3 acts. But I like that a lot.
Barely broke a sweat.
Let's go. Yeah. Here, I'll pick this up. I'm gonna see a shorter campaign because I reroll too much, but we'll adapt. Yeah, I don't know. I do kind of hope that, like,
Death from above.
I'm not saying that like fast builds shouldn't be a thing, but the game, all the marketing for the game was shown around obviously the campaign portion of the game. So like, you look at the end game, you watch somebody play end game, but you look up videos of marketing for the game, and it's a completely different experience. Right now, obviously it's early access, right? There's gonna be some absolutely, busted, broken things. That's to be expected, right? But I guess how much of that are they going to leave and let be okay versus, making sure that their mobs and monsters have meaning? Because I mean, they're the enemies are mostly well designed, and they're kind of cool to interact with or whatever. When you stop caring about what they do, then you have to find other ways to artificially kill people, like kill players, right? So that's therefore the near impossible one shots or the on death effects or whatever like that has to slow you down because you're already one shotting everything. Because you don't care about their attacks anymore because they don't get a chance to attack because you one-shot them before they even attack. So the mobs don't even have value anymore after you get to a certain part, and that's not good. If the monster doesn't threaten you, then the monster has no value other than just being a loot pinata. You might as well just have a generic hit, health bar, that you just attack, and then it just drops loot at that point, right? And I think GGG did a really good job with the monster design. So it's kind of like you want them to, like, you know, feel like there's weight that you are threatened by them in some way.
Toxic rain.
Ow. Uh-oh. Flag.
Don't mind if I do.
Not bad. Sure, I'll pick that up. Zed.
What is it?
Yeah, Ryzen. Yeah, I think they, from what I hear, I'm not like, you know, totally caught up on that when it comes to Path of Exile, but from what I hear, Jonathan really likes the campaign, and from what I hear, he's been very strict on not changing it.
Go on.
Because apparently he makes the game for him, not just for the player base, but also for himself as well. And so he's very adamant about playing the campaign. At least that's what I was told. I don't. We'll never. We'll probably never see a skip campaign thing. He's pretty set in those ways. From he reduced the size of some of the map sizes. Oh, I agree. All right, man. Shoot, the checkpoints are, you know, are better, sure, but man, like, I gotta figure out how much dex can I give up for int, so I can wear those boots. Wait, what did I just pull off anyway? What was that? I was trying to get rid of that because it's shitty. Alright. Intel. Intelligence. Intelligence. I don't know, that's enough. We'll see.
A shift in my training can't hurt.
71. So yeah, it should be right at it. Like literally right at the amount. Yep, 71. Did I see the PoE drama today? About clickbait lies? No, what happened? You need to get that fatty dex node. Yeah, I'm too much drama. Yeah, what is clickbait lies? They made a video calling out YouTubers who lie on their content. And they responded. Oh, rage. Oh, okay, yeah, enough said. I'm not gonna speak about rage gaming, but I'm gonna just say enough said. I even had some people come over who, well, I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna talk about it, but I would say in season 5 there was some obvious I don't wanna say plagiarism per se, but try to act like they were the ones that specifically brought back a spec or a build into the mainstream, knowing good and well they were not the first. And usually anyone else who knows, right? I mean, if you're content creating like that, like on the, mostly almost daily basis, or, big name like that, who all the names who are doing such and such content, like you just know, like anyway, you don't know. So of course they knew, but they decided, unlike the other people who made videos about said build up like that, would kind of give credit to, or at least say, hey, this person, brought back such and such or whatever. Here's my variation of it. It's pretty cool. This guy, nah. Rage, nah. Yeah, they did a whole different thing, and that's all. That's all I'm gonna say. So a bunch of people from my community like called him out on it, but gonna leave it at that. Tell my D4 LOL, like best one shot build in game 5 videos in one day. What happened to the first 4 one shots? I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this, like the YouTube algorithm is really interesting. So sometimes, and I'm not saying you should do it or that I'm like, I don't do it. Obviously my YouTube isn't that big, hence that, why, hence I don't do the thing, because if I did do those things, I'd probably be a little bigger maybe, right? But like the YouTube algorithm can be really, really finicky, and sometimes, you just do things, or creators do things to really try to get themselves, you know, in the light per se, or maybe ahead of other creators who might be trying to do the same thing or whatever. And sometimes it can be a, you know, who's first type ordeal. And yeah. And thus the crazy thumbnails, crazy titles, you know, like cringy thumbnails and titles at that. Wait, GGG was called Gaming Tourist? Oh, you mean, no, you mean Rage Gaming was. Okay, gotcha.
Death from above.
Uh-oh. Wait, why can't I, what happened to my, whatchamacallit? Yo, why can't I use Toxic Growth? Oh, I don't have no strength? I don't have no strength. What? Or something. What? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I gotta at least do one strength somewhere.
Shift in my training content.
Okay, now it's back. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't think about that. I was like, wait a minute. Why isn't the thing like literally not working? They were caught out for using words like best when it clearly wasn't. A lot of creators do that, though. I'm not defending. I'm just saying a lot of creators do that. I wouldn't call out just one channel for doing that when literally you can type in the word best and you see so many people do it. Because honestly, they know it's not the best. They know it's not the best. But YouTube likes that word. And people look up the word best. So even when your thing isn't the best, it just clicks. It's, I don't agree with it, don't get me wrong. That's, you know, you're obviously lying to your viewers, and they know that. But it gets the views and this money. If that's their job, per se. You know, just like any job in business that, you know, is involved in deceitful practices, it's kind of the same thing. Labeling your thing as best when it's not, you know, for money and for views is just basically just deceitful practice. Just like any business that would technically do some sort of deceitful thing as well. Like, it's, again, I'm not defending that particular content creator, those content creators. I just know why they're doing it. YouTube loves the word best or top tier or S tier or what's some other keywords that YouTube loves? New. They love the word new. Brand new. OP. Extremely OP. Godlike. Yeah. Like, YouTube loves those kind of things. Right? And so if you want your video to be seen, or, you know, the YouTube to you know, to pick up on the algorithm, you got to use one of those catchwords. I can't hate, I mean, you know, don't get me wrong. It's it's shady, yes, but it's hard to hate the player in this scenario. You gotta hate the game because that's what you gotta do on YouTube. So if you notice on my videos, I do my best to not have an inaccurate title. So you would never see the word best unless I know that particular setup or build is the actual best. I never say best. I don't say S tier unless we put it in S tier or Maxroll. We didn't. I'm not gonna say S tier. But if you notice, I do use the word new because I gotta use one of those words to get like YouTube to be like, yo, Dockside just put a video out, and it's like they're scanning for words. It's like, yo, he used new. Put it on the front page. Put that video on the front page right now because he used the word. Oh, and it's capital letters, and it's got 4 exclamation marks. Yo, front page, 5 days. 5 days, minimum. You know, that's YouTube in a nutshell. It sucks, but that's what it is. So if you notice, I use the word new a lot because I gotta use one phrase at some point. I hate it, but you know, I'll at least use the most truthful one, right? It is new technically, right? Like if I put out a new video or a new build, is it not new? Yeah. So like I'm not lying. I'm not deceiving anyone. I'm telling the truth. But I gotta put new in capital letters. I don't like doing it, but I don't have a choice. It's either that or I put best, or godlike, or perfected, or better than insert content creator's name in there. Name drop. They're the car salesman or the content creators. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly who they are. You know what I'm saying? So again, this isn't like to say I'm siding with anyone, but I just think that the idea of calling out one specific or maybe 2, maybe 3 channels for saying that, when you can literally type in the word best on YouTube and see like a jillion videos because people look up the word best all the time. Like, it's just what YouTube wants. Yeah. Best video, best guide for beginners, best build for endgame, best build for ranger class, best build for this, or you can throw in 2 things: best most OP setup. So you get a couple of keywords in there, right? You get both for the people who type in best and people who type in OP, right? You start double dipping on the keywords, right? But yeah, it's shitty. Don't get me wrong, but like, it's a widespread practice, man. Rage is not the only one doing it. They're not the inventors of it, and they're by far not the biggest offenders of that either. Do they do it? Oh well, yeah, absolutely. But they're definitely not the biggest offenders of that by literally like legit any means. And any other content creators know this though. That's the thing. We know this. They're just trying to make their money. Let them make their money, man. If it's poor quality or bad videos, then people will go watch good videos. They type in best OP and then they see a content creator who said that their build is the best and it's like, absolutely dog shit, right? Then those people will realize, oh, this guy is just baiting me. I'm just going to go watch someone else. However, there is a large portion of the base that might be really, very casual and may not realize that the build is bad, and it works for them, right? It's like, oh, you might see in the comments, like you might see a really bad build that someone said was the best, right? And then you read the comments, it's like, yo, thanks for this build, it's so good, it's super good. I was able to like get my credit score to 812 by playing this build on, for 45 minutes yesterday, man. You the man. I'm subbing to your channel, right? And you're thinking to yourself, like, bro, this bill is so bad. God, this bill is garbage, right? But it helped that one dude. In the comment section, what do you say to that? Right? If it worked for him, despite how bad the bill might have been, if it worked for him, I mean, then it worked. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes who am I to say, hey man, you shouldn't be watching this guy, you should be watching someone else? It's like, but if it worked for him, despite how garbage the bill might have been, then it's like, okay. You know, like at the end of the day, it's just like, okay. Paid chatters, your news, you don't know any better. I need a bit, I guess my credit score. You know what I mean? But you guys get what I'm saying, though. Like, again, I'm not defending anyone doing, you know, such a thing, you know, or task or any particular creator or whatnot. I'm just simply stating how the game works, how the YouTube game works, and I think it's like someone said it before. Basically, content creators are the used car salesmen of the internet, like of content. It's exactly what it is. And some people are honest about what they do and don't try to use those big keywords. But some of those people are also way bigger at that time, right? Like once you get to a certain, you know, level of, you know, popularity, then you don't have to use bait words anymore, right? You don't have to use bait words all of a sudden, right? So like, and then when you get real big, you don't have to even use thumbnails anymore. Like you can just put it in like the shittiest thumbnails that have nothing to do with the topic, and people will click on it. It's like, oh, it's that person's video, right? Dude, don't even have to even try with the thumbnails anymore once you get to a certain point, right? Why they make D4 3 all of a sudden? It seems weird. It's a free trial. Basically, they do that like little sales or whatever like that around Christmas time in general. So it just happened that it happened this Christmas, and guess what else came around in December? So people were just putting the two together. It's like, oh my god, they made it free because of Path of Exile. It's like, no, they always do like sales like that in December. But it is just a trial though. It's not even like it'd be one thing if they just made it free to play and it'd be like, all right, D4 is free to play now. It's like, oh, okay, now that's a statement. That's kind of like, okay, that's a whole different like, you know, monetization model, right? You know, they went that route. All right, that's fishy.
With each
But
success,
nah.
we grow. Indeed. Good evenings.
If I was about to be first in line for class action, it's like, bro, it's not fair. I paid so and so and so and so for this. Nah, but I'm gonna get that helm back and kind of see. Nah. Doesn't help at the moment. PO2 is heavily gear at base. You can have pretty shit build with bad skills, but have great gear and think it's doing okay. Well, I mean, I think, but that's kind of the good thing, though. Like, kind of, sort of, right? I mean, that gives the illusion of many builds being able to work well, and the type of content that most people would be able to get to. And at the end of the day, that's actually a positive. So I mean, anyways, yeah, that's my rant. Like I said, nothing on, you know, Lily or whatnot with that. But like, yeah, I mean, it's just what creators do. Like, no one should be surprised about this in any way, shape, or form. But no more brand new player casual. It's not gonna have the thing here as a content creator. Oh, I missed some. Sorry, I missed some comments above earlier. I definitely think it's defense of the best ultimate build. Then there's defense that where you make builds for beginners and new players who don't want to spend so much. That's cool, but nowhere in your title in the video do you say that, you know, only now you're defending yourself with that. Well, like I said, it's only just enough is done to get the click. Basically, that is a YouTube game.
Return to death.
Yeah. So there's two takes to it, Sauce City Noob, in terms of the crafting is concerned. You got a player like me who never really used the PoE crafting system before. So for me, it's fresh, right? Like, I find it interesting because, you know, you can literally craft any and everything, like legit, literally everything, right? So for me, it's you know, it's pretty exciting in a sense because previous action RPGs I played, you know, has different approaches, obviously, and one has practically no approach. I'm sure you can guess what that is. So, however, if you play a lot of Path of Exile in general, like, you know, Path of Exile 1, then like a lot of it, you will find the crafting system in Path of Exile 2 really boring and uninteresting. Which makes sense to them, right? So but because, like I said, I didn't do crafting like that in Path of Exile 1, I don't know what I was missing out on or what's different. See what I'm saying? So I don't know. But those who have knows, and they're more like, yeah, this is kind of whack, right? And so I can see that. I can totally see that perspective. I just never experienced the others. So, like, you know.
Choking cloud.
Got some PoE prone players who spend all the time playing alpha. What do you mean? Oh. I got you now. Totally agreed, by the way. I got you. Oh, map is complete. Why am I still here? All right, we've been doing 14s or 14 plus 1s, so technically 15s the last like half of the stream. So I would say pretty good. I think we made some progress.
I speak.
And finally got some points towards my Atlas. My boss Atlas, I think. What is it? Oh, also regular Atlas too. I actually don't even know where I'm going. Hold on. Oh yes, here we go. So this is 2. So we got 25% increased rarity of items dropped by map bosses, or should I go with 15% increased quantity of items dropped by map bosses? I guess we'll go with quality, I guess. I can always change it later, I guess. Alright, so gotta do increase attack damage. Increase stun build up. Increase block chance, boo. But we started off good. We started off kinda high. Alright, so let's see what we got here, because I'm gonna have to turn this in or to tune this out now. I gotta get up in the morning. Yeah, right. And yeah, I'm kind of the same way too as well. What level was my ranger at? 87. Probably a little higher. I mean, for sure, like maybe 80, 89, 88 or 9 if I if like, cause like every day I die to like either some, like mostly it's me not paying attention, but then sometimes there's just some on-screen death effects. I'm just like, what in the hell? Like, why is that even a thing? Kind of the normal thing that some people also complain about too, but man, yeah, they're just some on death effects, man. Some on death effects and some things that are really hard to see. Like, I mean, extremely difficult to see on the ground. Like, there'll be some dot stuff that's on the ground that I just legit just can't see. And I'm just like my health just goes down. I don't even know what's going down. Because my character isn't really making any noises or anything. It's just dropping. And I'm just like asking myself, what in the world is going on? What's happening? So what I'm gonna do with this? No, we'll corrupt it. All right, I got these now. Let's corrupt this. Oh, they gave me lightning res. Okay. I guess I hold on to it as like a backup just in case I screw something else up, which I will. Don't worry. I definitely will. I don't have any better gloves though. Hold up. I got some physical gloves. Okay, so this roll lightning res. So I should have lightning res now. think if there's anything else I can kind of give up or make trades out of. Maybe not. I swear I had like a pair of gloves that were like pretty decent. I just couldn't wear. I think I messed this glove up, but I kept it because I corrupted it, but I kept it. But it has chaos resist on it too, though. This is actually better. Yeah, this is actually better. It's got less evasion though. It has mana leash though. And maximum life. This has physical. I just ruined the runes on it though. An idiot. Okay, is there anything else I can do? Probably it, right? Unless I got like another helm I can kind of shuffle into. We just got this chest upgrade, which is pretty nice. Oh, I should put a sock into that, right? Put a hole in that real quick. We'll throw in the increase energy shield too. Did a logbook and I think I must activate something bad for you, Bill, because none of the mods were taking any damage. I have yet to do a logbook yet. I have one. I just haven't bothered. I don't know if I'm like mentally ready to do one yet. Speaking of which, let me ask you guys something real quick. Someone tell me what is it's like earlier in the map. I went around a certain place. What is the realm gate? What is this? I don't understand what a realm gate is. Oh, it's a pinnacle boss thing. So what is the reliquary vault? Check the inventory to see if maybe Wait, so the reliquary vault is breached too, or? Yeah, what is the reliquary vault? The last question, and then I'll kind of go. Actually, you know what? We can take a tower. We haven't done that. We'll put a T6 there. We'll do a tower real quick, and then we'll go. Got some more health now, and I got a shield. I guess I'm movement speed now, so this feels good. Those are a really short tower. I think if I think that whatchamacallit is what it is. Oh no, wait, we found something else. You think the vault is accessible yet? Okay. Yeah, let's put that. I guess now that I have enough intel, I can actually like take certain pieces of gear I normally wouldn't be able to, like certain gloves that have energy shield on it, I guess.
In my sight.
Oh, my tailwind ran out. There's like one more room, but I'm gonna check it anyways. You never know what drops. Oh, that was it. Essence, really? Okay. Ooh. Yeah, that's what I want. I want that. Put that there. For waystone quality? Damn right.
Yes. Go on. What can I do for you?
Okay. I think that is really it. For night. This ring is. I don't know if there's anything I wanted to do. Wait. Alright, yeah. Wait. There you go. Let's see. How that UV. Maybe corrupt this. A lot of physical. I just got cold res. How far am I about the other ones? Hey, how did I go down to lightning? To 71 lightning. Huh. I think it's because I had like a teeny bit of lightning res on the boots, so I wasn't totally fast. Freaking 171% fire res though. Way past the cap. That's unfortunate. I did gain some chaos, so I'm assuming it's. Oh, that's what it is. I switched out the gloves to have lightning res on it. That's what it is. Yep, this is what I did. This. Yep, this is what it was. It had lightning res on it. Exactly what it was. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm just kind of a sucker for like the physical. Yeah, I have 1200 mana. Like what? Do I have fire res rune socket? It should be the patch on really on socket those. I don't, but I should take out some of the mana regen stuff that I no longer need. I think that needs to go away. I have a lot of that too. So there's definitely still room for stuff to go. You know, actually, I want to do one more map. I think maybe. I did say I was gonna go, but I think I want to do one more map. I want to do something. I want to see what my mana feels like. We're gonna that did this. It's right here. Can my mana sustain? That's the question. And I'm thinking no, but we'll see. Let's see. So we'll just take a random. See. Nope, not gonna do that one. We'll do a T13. It's fine. Oh, that's right. I got the thing on there. 73% more than Moxel. I guess that doesn't really help my case. I can't really tell if they have more. If they have more life, that doesn't. Oh well, whatever. It's really about the mana, right? So the classic one more, you know. Yes. Oh, got surrounded. Okay. I don't know. It we're just gonna keep it at the regular AOE to see.
Raining death.
Because my clear is definitely suffering because I'm throwing less. I guess I could use the attack speed though. Oh, back to the beginning. No, I'm actually curious. This is something. Bombs be fat. This feels good. Superior Viper Cap. I actually never seen the Viper Cap. Or either that or I just been skipping over it.
Death from above.
I think I'd probably feel a little more comfortable doing breaches with the more AOE rune or support gen thing. There's still a lot of Elise left. Okay.
Raining death.
Yeah. Just the extra AOE is actually kind of nice. Even if it is a little spread out, but the bombs are hitting for so much that I don't need all like 11 of them exploding at in the same exact area. I just need to clear more efficiently. Or a wider area, I guess. So Breach especially, that would help out a lot with Breach Ritual.
Bones to dust.
Interior Expert Diablo. Yes, sir. We'll take. Share it out again real quick. Actually, kind of like the wider AoE. Actually, not even gonna lie. Which alright, you should. Pretty great at hound. Looks like it's D4 bit. Yeah, this is a custom build for sure. Flurry 2 coming along. Mostly good. I'm having fun with it. Yeah, I do like the extra AoE. I think that helps. But then there's also this where I can. Why do I do this to myself? Is there anything else on this map? Or that's it? No, that's it. Okay. That's the map. That's the AoE. I'll point it right here. Oh, I guess I can't really get the same exact thing, but was it right here? I think it was. I need to aim in a spot. I think right here. Like, I'm gonna aim at this little skeleton looking thing. Yeah, like skeleton chest looking thing. Bone chest. Okay, my radius is this. Then when I do this. That's a pretty big condense. I see. It's good and bad, but let's remove this and do it again. Much tinier, okay. That's very tiny, okay. And put that there, let's do it again. Let's remove that. This. These are pretty big. Really big difference between those. Okay, that's like huge. Now let's just remove this. So last test. Oh, this is actually a pretty decent amount. No wonder I like not having it at all. And then of course this just does this. That's a big, okay, that is biggest blue. Okay, that makes sense. No wonder that felt as good as it did. Okay. Alright, we're good enough now. Good enough now. Before I'm here all night messing with this. We're good enough now. Alright. ID. I'm not getting none. Nope. Rarity. Maximum energy shield. Let's see how good would that be. 106, okay. Not that I'm trying to go energy show or anything, but I'm just curious. And I'll just hold on to it because I'm curious. We all know energy show is gonna get nerfed anyway, so y'all know it's coming.
Greetings. Hello.
All right, well, we did get a couple of upgrades. I got a pair of boosts back, which is huge. Cause I screwed up my boost before I started playing today. So massive W there that we actually fixed that. You know, there is one thing I want to do though. I keep saying that this be the absolute last thing I do though.
Ice Shot fires a chilling arrow that releases a burst of ice shards when it hits an enemy. Ice Shot fires a chilling arrow that releases a burst of ice shards when it hits an enemy. Ice Shot. Freezing Salvo passively accumulates icy missiles. Using the skill, fires all stored missiles at once. Freezing Salvo passively accumulates icy missiles.
Ice shot. I mean, I would never. I guess the thing is that like, is it just like one shot though? Like one.
Freezing Salvo passively accumulates icy missiles. Using.
Like I'm looking for like maybe something I can use for like crowd control, like real quick. That's it.
Freezing Salvo passively accumulates.
A spiral volley for crowd control.
Spiral Volley spins around while firing a volley of arrows in all directions, aiming at enemies if possible. If you have any frenzy. Spiral Volley spins around while firing a volley of arrows in all directions.
4K. Oh yeah, I'm
aiming at
definitely not
enemies
gonna
if
get that
possible.
close.
If you have any frenzy.
Spend the well, yeah. I mean, well, I'm not. The whole point is to not spend a lot of time on the crowd control because then that's less damage I'm actually doing. It's something I just kind of want to cast, but the freezing salvo seems like you're kind of stuck in animation,
Freezing Salvo passively
which is weird.
accumulates icy missiles. Using the skill, fires all stored missiles at once. Freezing Salvo passively accumulates icy missiles. Using the skill, fires all stored missiles at once. Freezing Salvo passively accumulates icy missiles.
But like, are you really standing in
Using
that
the
one
skill,
spot for that
fires
long
all
time, or
stored missiles at once. Freezing Salvo passively accumulates icy missiles. Using the skill,
you
fires
could just
all
fire a
stored
fireball
missiles
and
at
nitro
once.
poison like the same person? Oh
Freezing
yeah, just
Salvo
completely
passively
redo my
accumulates
build.
Icy missiles. Using the skill, fires
Escape
all
shot for
stored
instant freeze.
missiles at
Yeah,
once.
like that's such a long animation. I just kind of want. I just want something that I can just like Random Arrows actually that does a pretty decent job with pin. So that's the reason why I do pin with Random Arrows. Because it literally does that and it makes it easy. But redo, yeah. Add a firewall and use guys. Yeah, but you also need to spec into more into that. It's not gonna be physical damage anymore though. But can glaciation be used for ice shot as well or no? We're just clearing as, right? Well, no. I mean, okay. So I repeat. I'm just looking for a crowd control. That is all. Firewall doesn't really do that. You're talking about like creating a whole different build for me. And next to get yes, but how is that a crowd control? How does that control the crowd? I can blow things up. That's fine. But in the case scenario where I want some crowd control, and I may not want to use random arrows, what are my other options? It kills the crowd. Yeah, but I mean, if I just want to kill the crowd, I just do toxic growth. Like I'm not struggling with toxic growth. I'm not struggling to killing. Because that like if I'm about to get jumped, right? Like if like all of a sudden like 7 to 8 mobs are about to jump the screen, I'm not gonna have time to gas arrow and then ignite, or gas arrow and then also whatchamacallit, because they might jump past that. So it's not about the killing, obviously. I mean, I don't think you see me struggling with killing. Can make Renovaros focus. Well, yeah, that's what I have right now. Like, that's literally what I have on right now. So, like, there's Renovaros here. I made it cost less. I made it blind. I also made it pin. Right? So I have it already. I'm just looking for like if there are other options, not trying to recreate another build. Be like, yo, have you played Stormcaller yet, bro? You should totally do Stormcaller. That's not what I'm asking. It's not about killing. Frostwall. How expensive is Frostwall? And Pin is okay. I'm just wondering if there's anything else I should like experiment with, but Frostwall is a what is Frostwall? Just out of curiosity. Not that I would want to use it. I'm just curious. Obviously, I'd use a lot cheaper one, but whatever that says. It won't even let me see it. Okay. Actually, Ice Nova might actually be something I might like for that. Anytime you could chill a freezing is a win in PoE2 right now. And that's kind of a like that's actually why I thought about the whatchamacallit. But anyways, I mean, I think what I'm doing is fine. I'm just curious. The salvo thing seems interesting, but you're like standing still for a while. I mean, I like all the arrow build-ups and stuff, but you're standing still for a while. You can put Chill Ground on Hero of Ice. Hero is a spirit thing, right? Any martial weapon? Bow's not a martial weapon, is it? Or it doesn't matter. Bow's martial, okay. 100% of explosion physical damage converted to cold damage. This is a buff. What does this thing do? Oh, never mind. Okay. You see, I'm arranging using 3 heroes. Yeah, I got one hero at the moment, which is hero play, but it's there because I just don't really know what else to do with my spirit, honestly. To be 100% honest, is really the only reason why. Anyways, I'll look at this later. I don't have enough intel just to do this anyway right now, so I'll be gipping myself if I even try this for now. But we'll take a look at it later. I could upgrade Wind Dancer real quick. Also, Ghost Dancer. Where is my Ghost? I can't use that right now anyways though. Not while I'm using Frenzy with Rain, which is why I kind of wanted to get rid of that, but or I thought about getting rid of that or even just get more Spirit, but oh well. Well, actually doesn't really matter. It's not taking any Spirit. It's just there just to be there. Alright, I'm getting off for real now. I'm getting off. Getting off. Rocking Ice, Ash, Ice, Lightning, and combat Frenzy with Ice Shot. Everything blows up. They said freezing is too good. Whatever move you go, make sure it freezes. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not at a point where that really necessary that feels necessary, but because I mean, I also don't want to get to the point where like I don't want to invalidate the game at the same time, because then I'll just lose interest if nothing can touch me. Like if they can't do anything, I'm bored. So there is enough. There is something where it's kind of like, okay, well, it sounds super weird, but I don't want to be too I don't want to be too OP. No one's ever said that ever in their life, right? Ever. All right, who to raid? Away. Let's see. Yeah, because like if I get to the point where like again, literally if I cannot be touched, period, and anything, then I will stop playing like quickly. Not because I'm like not because I hate the game, but just because like, well, I guess there's nothing else to do. What's the point of getting better gear if they can't do anything? If they legit can't do anything ever. And so now I'm just like, all right, well, on to a different game, I guess. Nah, but let's I'm trying to figure out how to go to. I think I've been to King Condola. Actually, don't. Let's go to Dinapon. Denny's cool. All right. It said, "Oh, you'll still die." There's no 100% book of it again. That almost sounds like you freeze them, and they die. But if you don't freeze them, then you die. Kind of what like Fub Gun said at one point. That also doesn't sound fun to me either. But maybe it's because I'm not there yet. But like I said, it is early access, so it's kind of like, but we'll kind of see. And yeah, enjoy Dinnerpon. I will see y'all tonight, and hopefully I can fix my lighting problem a little bit better. But other than that, yeah, have a good one, and as always, till next time.